So, brain blast moment happened this morning, and oh my god, it means we gotta delete a bunch of stuff, but it's all good. This is progress. It's destruction in the name of construction. Yes, that sounded more poetic in my mind. How's everybody doing today? There we go. Hey, alright. So, wait, why is that capturing that screen? Get out of here. Wait, that's wait, oh god, we have a mess. Hold up. Hold up. Yes, that one. Thank you. Oh, yes. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Oh, boy. Alright. So. Hello. Alright. So. Literally, someone brought this up this morning. This is Spencer Jackson, someone who's been a big supporter of my channel, Benjamin, and Ross for over a year now. Oh boy. He brought up a really good point. There is legitimately no reason for the formula thing to be in here. Let me explain why. This is a tool-based class that has absolutely no restriction based off of the core rules on what they can create with alchemist supplies. No other character would actually have the restriction of you can only create a certain number of things that you know the formula for. So, what this means, the boy, there are PDFs that exist of this thing out there right now that I can always come back to and pull the text from if I so choose to do so. This needs to go. And I like it because of that. I actually like that quite a bit. Now this opens up a lot of territory here. And it, oh boy, the cheat sheet, if you're providing the raw materials for this already, like, you have to get the gold for it. You have to have the raw materials for it on top of everything else. Hey, Metacliff. And another thing, why the hell? I do not understand why the system bot is just like struggling to post it whenever I'm live streaming. Come on now. Oh, and by the way, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me while there is the Xbox showcase or something is apparently going on. I mean, you know, they announced Banjo-Kazooie, I'll probably lose my mind, but that's about it. They're talking about the new Elden Ring, or not the new Elden Ring, the new Elder Scrolls, and I'm like, I'm like, New Elder Scrolls could be cool, but like, I feel like I've got a lot of that fulfilled by Elden Ring, and I'm like, okay, I've had my great, there we go. I had my great like fantasy journey this year. I feel like if I put any more time into Elden Ring, yeah. Alchemist is way more cool. Well, shucks. Thank you. PC's life, so why care? Xbox Game Pass. Big reason. Alchemist. No. Xbox Game Pass. It's a pretty big deal. Not gonna lie. Oh, Devolver. Well, Devolver shows are insane. Devolver shows are always so funny to watch. Yeah, I love Devolver Studios. I'm actually, I think I pre-ordered Cult of the Lamb the other day. Because that game looks hilarious. And, yeah. Okay, so, Spencer pointed this out in the Discord. And... Xbox is not selling this Xbox. They have my interest. So the formula was introducing a restriction on a class that was built around an idea of not having any restrictions. So where it actually gets to be pretty good is you have a massive amount of versatility. And I mean a fucking massive amount of versatility. The trade-off being you have to continually be providing the gold to get that versatility. Gold / raw materials and all that stuff. Now, we take out formula. Formula is actually something of like a balancing measure for quite a few things. However, what that does, all the classes or all the subclasses have a lot of territory that just opened up. We can get rid of this right here. Right. Boom, we get rid of this right here. So they all start out knowing Alchemist Fire. They all have offensive options. Move, catalyze, and attack. It might be that you're kind of hanging out in the back line. You're potentially using your move to like get into, safe positioning, whatever. You might pop in to throw something like whatever and then pop back out. But you're usually, you should not be in melee range with this unless you go with the Salvinic Blade. Or the Salvinus, whatever I wind up calling this damn thing. There's also a chance that the Transfigurus, now that I've watched I told you guys I was going to watch Full Metal Alchemist. I've watched about 30 episodes so far. Now that I've got a better handle as to what is kind of happening with that. It still feels so much more Transmutation Wizard to me. It just does. But I can see the it's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, I mean, my problem is Edward is not my favorite protagonist. He's just a little too screamy shouty for me. Is it Alphonse? Yeah, Alphonse is great. Alphonse is awesome. A lot of the supporting cast is fantastic. But man, I am just not into this protagonist at all. I mean, the supporting story and everything is pretty fantastic. It's just, if a story can't sell me on its main character, then I'm trying to think. This is another reason why I just don't like Final Fantasy 12. I could love so much about that story and its setting. I could get so damn into it, but I hate the main protagonist. Vaughn sucks so bad. Just so bad. Why'd they go with some little 12-year-old boy in this high political intrigue story in which he doesn't even play a goddamn part? It's so dumb. I thought that was such a bad decision that they did. They had a really cool take the original Edward was much better. Really? Yeah, he's a little too shouty for me. I can't watch anime where all the characters are just screaming at each other all the time. It's just not for me. I I like the story. I like the magic system. The world's really interesting. I can tell that the plot is going in an interesting direction. I'm at about like episode 31, 32 maybe. I can tell I like quite a bit about it. It's just the main character. I think Edward is fucking obnoxious. Like, I just can't with that kid. But I mean, the rest of the supporting cast is fantastic. And now I'm seeing where a lot of the memes and everything came from. So yeah, Full Metal Alchemist, it's not bad. It's just, it's not as appealing to me as, let me see this. I think a lot of people are selling it as like one of the greatest anime, if not the greatest anime ever created. I don't see it. I think it's okay. The magic system is super interesting, but like, man, the story is cool. But I just feel like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I think I'm actually watching Brotherhood rather than the original. Yeah, Brotherhood is, I mean, I don't know. It's again, it's alright. It's alright. But no, I think the internet has way overhyped it. I think that show was probably a lot of people's first introductions to like probably a bit more serious of a world, a bit more adult themes in an anime. Because it seems like a lot of the people that are really, really attached to that show are in their mid-late 20s, you know? He has strong convictions and a cracking voice, and he's always in combat against the ontologically evil, which is more, which he morally, so he screams at them with his cracking voice. Yeah, it's hard to listen to. You agree Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is overhyped, and I agree with everything I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying it's, you know, and again, it's not a bad show, but I would not go to the length of calling Full Metal Alchemist a bad show. I would definitely say I can't stand his protagonist. The rest of the supporting cast, like I said, fantastic. Cool political intrigue story going on. The magic system is one of the coolest ones I've ever seen in an anime. But goddamn, I hate the main character. I hate Edward. He's just fucking screams nonstop, and I can't. It's why I can't watch One Piece. I can't get into the art style, and One Piece's characters are just like too fucking loud all the time. It just can't. Yeah. His voice causes thunder damage to the enemy. Yeah. You know, and I liked. I thought that, you know, My Hero Academia, pretty good. But again, I got to a point with it where I'm like, oh my god, I'm so done with screaming. Like, oh god. If I could do you a big favor and watch the original first 2 episodes of Full Metal Alchemist, like the 2003 one? Yeah, I mean, sure. You know, and like I'm saying, I just don't think it's a perfect, I don't think it's a perfect show. I think that's, I think the Full Metal Alchemist in general, god, I can tell that like a lot of stuff is like hard 8s, solid 9s, but like, and then I get to Edward and I'm just like, constructs at disadvantage on their saves. Avatar The Last Airbender. You think Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is on the same level as Avatar The Last Airbender? They're the only shows that you can watch over and over again and find something new to enjoy. Oh god, Edward screaming can be just as grating as Katara in Avatar The Last Airbender? I didn't think Katara was grating at all. Man, I thought that like Avatar The Last Airbender... Okay, here's my deal with Avatar. There's not a bad episode. There's not a single bad episode of Avatar, and like the only obnoxious points get to be like, man, you don't like Katara at all? I think she's a fine character. Some of the only, I don't know, I'm really struggling to find the wall/cliff episode begs to differ. Which one? Yeah, it's tough. Yeah. Oh man, it is very, very hard to. I think it's incredibly hard to critique Avatar. There's definitely some things about the show that you could say like were one hang up or another, but like, oh man, I think Avatar is pretty damn near a perfect show. Pretty damn near perfect. You know, like you said. Oh man. Yeah, I think that Full Metal Alchemist, if I'm comparing the two, Full Metal Alchemist versus Avatar: The Last Airbender, number one, okay, Full Metal Alchemist is definitely geared towards a more like late teen audience, right? I think Avatar has the benefit of maybe if you grew up in a certain generation, Avatar just like it's just gonna hit different, right? Um, Full Metal Alchemist just has like I think it's cool, but like again, I'm not saying the show I don't like it or anything like that, or the show's bad at all. I'm just saying that Edward drives me up the fucking wall. I can't stand the main character. But everybody else, the political intrigue, everything is pretty damn interesting. Um, and I think to compare it to like Avatar, I think the shows are just doing two things completely differently. Um, you know, I mean, yeah, sure, high fantasy, whatever, but like Avatar is geared towards either a younger audience or, I mean, hell, I watch it in my 30s. I watched it for the first time in my 30s, and I got it. I mean, I got it. It's a fantastic show. The fact that in the recap theater episode they literally skipped over that part. The Full Metal Alchemist. No. I mean, I got an opinion. Like, you know, hey, I've got opinions. People don't want to hear it. That's fine. But, yeah, I've just had quite a lot of people recommend that I watch the whole show, and I've been watching it, and I'm like, all right, I'm giving it a shot. It's okay. It's not mind-blowing. Watch the Dragon Prince if I haven't. I don't like the frame rate. The frame rate will make me sick. I've tried watching shows like that where they intentionally go with the like, okay, I noticed this first with, yeah, I noticed this first with, Fire Emblem Three Houses. The frame rate in some of the cutscenes in that game was making me sick. Like I don't like that super low frame rate that they're doing really intentionally for a certain like aesthetic. I just don't get it. I don't know why they're. It's like if the technology's there for you to actually go at like 30 frames smooth or whatever, or like even 24 frames per second, cool, whatever. But intentionally going like 12 frames per second, it. Oh man. They smooth the frame rate more after season 1. Oh man. Well, cool. Yeah. Yeah, it used to be an adventure that I had an opinion on the internet. Yeah. Again, it's like with. So a lot of people have asked, like, man, how do you get out 3 classes or whatever while you're still doing all this other stuff? I really don't watch a lot of TV. I really don't play a ton of video games. I am usually working on shit. So like, I'm usually staying really productive on a class I'm designing, or I'm getting ready for a D&D group, or I am teaching a lesson, or I'm playing a show, something like that, right? I really don't spend a lot of time watching a show. So if something comes along and you hear me say like, I am either reading this book or I am watching the show or whatever, it's got to be something that I'm actually like really into, you know? The fact that I've watched 30 episodes of Full Metal Alchemist should at least tell you that I don't think it's a bad show. I would just stop watching it after like 2 episodes if I was like, no, I don't want to give this any more of my time, you know? No, I've had it on while I've been, you know, working on stuff around here. So yeah, it's not a bad show. It's just, I think it's been horrendously overhyped. Yeah. But, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think of another like anime that I remember watching that I'm like, that's a 10 out of 10. I mean, I don't know that it's like bias or anything, but like, I mean, I still feel like Cowboy Bebop is a pretty fucking solid show all the way through. There's only 1 or 2 episodes I can point out that I'm like, it doesn't match the tone of the show. It doesn't like Dragon Ball Z is not a 10 out of 10. No. Dragon Ball Z can't keep its magic system consistent throughout any point in the show. No, like they are. Dragon Ball Z is interesting in its world building. It's interesting with basically the blend of fantasy and sci-fi that suddenly we get something that's like a traditional. I mean, like a Chinese or a Japanese. I guess I'll just say like Asian folklore influenced take on a sort of semi-sci-fi show without getting too much into the sci-fi elements of it. It's I think it's pretty interesting what they did with Dragon Ball Z, but like in terms of the execution of the magic system, the general threat levels of all the monsters and everything, it's just I don't really feel like there's an actual threat happening with Dragon Ball Z. Maybe whenever I was a kid and I wasn't really hypercritical on it, sure, but like as an adult, I just don't really feel like the stakes get raised much at all, because everyone's got some other new form. Transformations are always going to be a thing. Yeah, the only time I remember feeling like, oh, holy shit, this guy is like, it's weird because after Frieza, really, where the hell do you go with that show, right? They bring it back to Earth, and then it's Cell, and then Cell's a great villain, probably my favorite arc of any of the Dragon Ball Z stuff. Yeah, I'll say that much. Cell, the whole entire Cell saga is like, I think, the best that Dragon Ball Z really gets. Frieza is way too bloated down with filler, and I know everyone's like, you can watch the new stuff. Well, I grew up on the old stuff, so that's kind of what I judge it off of. So as they released it, it was full of filler. Even the Cell saga was bad about this, but not like as bad as the Frieza saga. But I do remember, at least with the Cell saga, feeling like, wow, they somehow managed to make Cell feel like a real horrific threat that needs to get taken out, despite the fact that he's not this galaxy conquering like white and purple demon thing. Cell still felt like something that was like, okay, we like science went too far with this motherfucker, you know. The scene where Cell is like standing there in the midst of a ghost town now because he's like eating everybody. I mean, that's the most horrific DBZ really got. Like, even like, and they tried really hard with the Boo saga, but like, I will never forgive Dragon Ball Z for making Gohan suck during the Boo saga. I have no idea what they were doing, because it was like, yeah, we're building up DBZ to be probably the successor to where Gohan will take on the throne, or like the throne of Goku, whatever. He's gonna be like the protector of Earth now, and yada yada yada. But then Akira Toriyama was just like, nah, Goku's just back now. Oh man, I think they messed that up. I really think they messed that up. I think that Gohan was absolutely like, Gohan should have gotten such a cool arc in the Boo saga, and yet they used Gohan's entire story to set him up to be a disappointment. And I don't get why. I don't get why they did that to a character they had been building for like 3 seasons. I just don't understand why they did that to Gohan. After they showed him stick a man with his tail and suck him dry, the entire abandoned. Yeah, no, I mean, they really did set a precedent for like Cell being horrific. Gohan's getting a movie now. Oh man, about like damn near 20 years too late to really redeem the character, huh? Gohan was so cool. Gohan all the way up through the Cell saga, awesome. Whenever we start the Boo saga, I was super stoked that I was like, all right, yeah, Gohan's a grown-up now. He's in high school, and he sucks. His whole arc sucked, honestly, in the Boo saga. Everything that they set him up for was just to take the piss out of him. It's like, if they will unlock El Blanco. Like, here's the deal. You get really attached to a character that they build up over the course of several seasons, and then they use that character as basically a punching bag. Like, to where, like, they set you up to where it's like, oh no, we're going to bless you with quite literally one of the original creator gods, like, giving you this amazing, or the Kais. I know that they messed around with, okay, anyways. But, like, one of the Kais is going to quite literally give up, you know, whatever, give you their amazing magic sword and yada yada. And it's like, oh yeah, build this up, all these cool expectations, yeah, +3 magic sword, yeah, I'm gonna go in there and fuck up this space witch demon thing, and nothing. Like, I clearly haven't watched One Piece. Yeah, I clearly, yeah, no, I haven't. There's too many episodes of it. I cannot. It's like I talked about it earlier. I can't get into the main characters. I think that One Piece has a... Oh god, people are gonna hate me for this. I think that One Piece is probably the ugliest fucking show I've ever seen. Oh, you're talking to Spencer? That's fine. Amanda really likes One Piece. I don't. I think it's one of the most horrific looking anime I've ever seen. I just can't deal with screaming main characters all the time, and yeah. And DBZ, the only reason why I think I could, or the only reason why I like even regard it decently right now, is because I watched it as a kid. I think if I were watching Dragon Ball Z right now, I don't know that, like, I don't know that I would like it or not. It's just, Dragon Ball Z is way too much screaming, even today. Oh, man. You can handle broken, that's pretty much about it. Have I read chapter 1? Are you talking to me or Spencer? Guys, I have literally zero interest in One Piece. I know there's a lot of, like, devout fans for One Piece and all that stuff. There is nothing about that show that draws me in at all. Here we go. This is a suggestion of Spluffs. Have I played Dragon's Dogma? I watched the Netflix show of Dragon's Dogma. Holy shit, what a bad show. I haven't played it, no, but I've seen supporting material. I'm aware of the game and all that. You don't care for One Piece's art style either. You've tried to watch it. Yeah, it's just, yeah. I will say probably my favorite studio's art style. My favorite. If I'm like, just so you guys know, like the kind of, like what appeals to me, I think that Trigger Studios is probably my favorite animation studio. Fucking Promare was, oh my god, what a banger. I loved Kill la Kill for just being the like, this is going to be the show that's making fun of anime and all that, you know, whatever. Like, yeah, 100%. The show, the general material in this show was not fantastic. But, yes, I have watched Gurren Lagann. But everything that Trigger Studio puts out, just, it's visual fucking crack. I don't, like, it is, everything that Trigger Studio puts out is just, it feels so intense to watch. You feel like you are literally just doing lines of coke watching a Trigger Studio show. Promare is the most over-the-top, awesome. Well, okay, so there's like kind of a Mega Man-esque, like, kind of throwback in Promare. Like, I love that 90s sort of anime look that they brought in and they injected it with. It's one of the only anime I've seen to successfully pull off incorporating 3D computer graphics into a flat art style. Yeah, Promare is awesome. I've watched JoJo's. It's funny for the ridiculous stuff. I do not get into the show itself. Little Witch Academia is one of your favorite animes ever. I've heard very, very good things about it, but yeah, I haven't really gotten into it. Usually if a show labels itself as like, yeah, this is the tiny girl show, I'm like, I'm out. It was okay. I thought there was yeah, Gurren Lagann, good show. One of my favorite anime that I watched here recently that I noped out of because I could not deal with some of the creepy undertones that were going on. I fucking loved so much about the world building and everything that was going into Made in Abyss. I cannot deal with all the I've talked in the past about how like you know, we don't have like child death or anything as a scene at my D&D tables. Boy, Made in Abyss is pretty goddamn rough. Like, pretty goddamn rough. And yeah, just a lot of like child abuse themes that like man, the world was so cool. I was like so goddamn into Made in Abyss's world, but like, oh man, the child abuse stuff that was happening in there, I couldn't handle it for more than like, I got to okay, you guys will probably know the scene that I'm talking about whenever I'm like, melty transformation, right? Yeah. That's the same thing you heard about it, amazing animation, but well, the world building is incredible. The whole premise is super sick, but I can't deal with the child abuse themes. I'm out. Like, yeah. The kids deserve it. Am I going to make a poison focused subclass for the Alchemist? I have a toxicologist listed in here, but yeah, I haven't really gotten into it. Can't imagine I liked Goblin Slayer. I saw the first episode and nope the fuck out. I don't mind a grim world and all that stuff. I'm fine as long as I don't feel like this is happening to like what appears to be 15-year-olds or like, you know what I mean? Like, if the characters are definitely coded to be under the age of 18, I'm like, those kinds of themes happening in a world aren't like an instant nope out for me. Aren't like instantly, you know, no. It's whenever it's happening to kids that I can't watch the show. Just can't. And I've gotten like, there's been some weird like pushbacks I've gotten on that where I'm like, I'm saying I don't want to watch a kid get, you know, that happen to them. How is that a hot take? Like, what the fuck? You recently bought the class bundle. I think it's really cool. Oh, thanks. There's not much talking about good homebrew stuff here in Italy, and I'm trying to make up for that. Keep it. Oh, awesome! Thank you. I wish I knew some. What is it? Bellissimo. I don't know. Thank you. Bro, every moody rogue or warlock is some form of goblin slayer. Yeah, I mean, maybe if the world build, I don't know. I just with goblin slayer, I'm like, I'm cool if it's grim or something. You know, I even could, because like everyone keeps telling me, yeah, you got to check out Berserk. And I've heard about Berserk, but I'm still not completely. I am not completely convinced that I won't like Berserk, despite knowing quite a bit about like kind of the story already, you know. I did fine with Game of Thrones. Yeah, I didn't really have an issue with any of the content in Game of Thrones. I mean, other than the quality of season 8, you know. Yeah, controversial YouTuber says child abuse is bad. Yeah. And some people get so upset where it's like, you're like, yeah, I'm just not into like the themes of like some weirdly pedophilic stuff happening. And yeah, I'm like, no, I'm out. I just, whenever you've got a character that's most definitely, you've even said like, oh yeah, I'm 11 going into this hole, they send us in here, it's super dangerous, and then you're immediately showing them naked getting swatted. Like, no, I'm good. I'm out, man. Oh no, I'm all good with the gore and uncomfortable themes and all that stuff. It's totally fine. It's one of my veils, right? Where like if that stuff is going on, I definitely prefer like, hey, you know what? I'm not gonna say that it doesn't happen in the world, but like, I don't want to see it. I don't want to deal, whatever. Made in Abyss has a problem of like the scenes are verging on fetishy stuff, and it's not. I don't think it's right to have a child character going through that. Like, come on, man. It's just like I'm watching a story to kind of get my mind out of how grim and terrible the world can be sometimes. And like, if what you're doing is like, oh, here you go, the world is so grim and terrible, yeah, I'm like, geez, this is not the form of entertainment I was going for. Man, there's all kinds of things. Like, it's not. Hang on. So, whenever I'm talking about like these characters are going through, hang on. I'm not showing a scene or anything like that. I'm just showing you. Not only telling you what the characters, you might be thinking the characters in Made in Abyss might look like your standard anime girls, right? Where like you think that they might be trying to blur the line of like, are they 16? Are they 18? Can we say that they're 400 but they look like a 16-year-old for some reason? Whatever. Made in Abyss does nothing to try and hide the fact that the characters that are in there are like 9. I'm just trying to make sure. Yeah. Not only that, like the art style itself, they're not just saying the characters are 9. These characters are fucking 9 years old. They are tiny, tiny children. All right. And seeing some of the scenes that they go through, it's horrifying. It's a pretty fucking rough show. Despite all that, the goddamn world building is so cool. I just wish they had, if they had done like, the characters are probably like, let's say the characters are like even 16, 18. I don't know, something like that. Like, oh God, I don't know, just something to where I'm not like, you're not making me think of that episode of It's Always Sunny, tiny boy, little boy. It's, oh my God, it's a rough go of the show, and those kids get pretty fucking brutalized, and that's another thing I'm just not, yeah. Oh man. X-Men is war versus racism. X-Men handles that topic very, very well. I haven't gotten like super into X-Men, but I will say that the analogies, from what I have seen, they're doing a great job at handling that topic with a lot of grace, at least as this white boy's opinion goes. The Jedis versus Nazis. I mean, X-Men, again, I'm not a huge comic book guy, but I will say that what I've seen of X-Men, I've been pretty impressed by number one, the content overall. Like, sure, Deadpool super appeals to me, but like, the content that they have in X-Men, the superpowers and everything have been like extremely innovative and interesting. they've managed to handle a multiverse fairly decently. Yeah, God, there's so much goddamn lore behind comic book shit that I'm like, I could say something where I'm like, seems pretty cool, and then someone can point out 8 different ways in which I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. I think that if I was going like DC versus like Marvel, I thought about this actually earlier because I saw a live streamer had been asked it. I think that DC may have had some better character designs, but Marvel was better at handling probably the stories, definitely the villains, most definitely the escalations of the situations that were going on. Superman sucks. Superman is absolutely my least favorite superhero ever, just because he's like literally like every 5-year-old's idea of like, this is what a hero should be. He should be unstoppable. Yeah. Like, come on. That's not interesting. Like, you might be able to say that, like, yeah, Superman's gonna beat Goku in a fight, but I'm always gonna root for Goku because fuck Superman. He's better in the animated stuff. I think the only right way that you do Superman is in the Injustice storyline. The only good way to do a Superman is like what they did with Homelander and the Boys, right? Like, you need the only interesting way, in my opinion, to do Superman anymore is if Superman is the bad guy. Like, otherwise it's like, oh god, like, how do you even have a threat whenever Superman is in your arsenal? You always know Superman's gonna win. Come on now. It's like part of the reason why, like, I'm not a big fan of the Hulk being a thing. Because, like, the Hulk isn't interesting. What have they said? Like, the only way you can kill the Hulk is to throw him into a black hole? Like, what? Yeah, Infinity plus 2 is super. Yeah. Yeah, Superman is Barbarian level 20 rage locked on, and the only kryptonite makes him weaker. Oh my god. One Punch Man is also a pretty funny solution to that. Yeah. I can get behind that. Like, from what I've seen in One Punch Man, I think it's funny commentary, you know? Yeah, it seems okay. I just haven't really gotten... Again, I don't spend a whole lot of my time watching shows, so if I really do watch a show, you guys know I'm actually really watching the show, and I'm interested in it. You're making a Mind Flayer playable race, and you were wondering what I would do to make their Mind Blast balanced. Okay, one sec. Yeah, I was supposed to have a D&D session tonight, but from the way it's sounding, we may not be able to be pulling that out. Are they, I forget, are they listed as Illithid or Mind Flayers? Mind Flayers, okay. No, well, asking specifically probably because it's not exactly comparable to what you get with the Mimic. And I can see why. It's got a recharge mechanic on here, right? So there's a few things that you can do with, like, recharge mechanics. Number one, what I would point to is, like, most likely this is something you could consider to be a short rest refresh, or you say you can't use it for 1 minute. You roll a d6, something like that. I've written a mechanic for recharge as a player character option. Now, magically emits psychic energy in a 60-foot cone. Each creature in that area must succeed on a DC 15 intelligence saving throw or take 4d8 plus 4 psychic damage. It's pulling it from its intelligence. Boom, right here. And be stunned for 1 minute. A creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself on a success. Okay. So this would be the only thing that your player would do. Like, here's, whenever I say, like, this is the kind of thing that we need to watch out for. This would suddenly become the only thing that your player would do. We can potentially say, yeah, like Titania said, this, we might be able to interpret this as one of these spell-like effects that they're giving you in like Mordenkainen's Monsters of the Multiverse. I know that this came out earlier, but I'm just saying, like, we could interpret this as something that maybe you should get as a spell, right? Recharge of 5 or 6. We can't make that really happen for something this big. The highest that this could really start out as, you could say it deals 1d8 starting, and then it scales up. Okay, so some of the things I like to look out for before I get super into all this right here. Its proficiency bonus is a +3, intelligence is a +4, so 4 + 3 + 8, that's where we're getting our 15, right? So I'm trying to figure out what theoretical level this thing would be, or what class it would be, right? So a +3, so I know it's somewhere in between. They're estimating that this is somewhere around 13d8. I am most likely assuming, yeah, this is... Okay, I'm going to assume that the Mind Flayer that they presented here, the Psionic Commander, this is most likely a higher level Mind Flayer. And I mean, like, yeah, 8th level spells. Wait, that's not Dominate Monster. What? There we go. Okay. So, Dominate Monster and Plane Shift, it's got once a day each. I'm going to assume most likely this is probably statted to be like a 15th level character, maybe? A 15th level... The proficiency bonus is fucked, but... Yeah, you can't really stun them at level 1. You might be able to say that this is a thing that you can enhance through a feat. The Mind Blast just does the psychic damage. It does the 1d8 +4 in a cone. That's already really cool. And then you make it to where the recharge is... It needs a recharge on the cone. And then eventually you give them a feat later on that says... It gives him the stunned mechanic in there. You send out psychic energy from you in a 20-foot cone. All creatures in the cone must make an intelligence saving throw. On a fail, they take psychic damage based on the number of d6s equal to your proficiency bonus and become dazed, causing them to subtract your proficiency bonus from all attacks saving throws they make until the end of the next turn. You might just do cantrip scaling on that, 5, 11, 17. Just, I mean, if it's more consistent with 5e's terminology and everything, it's just most likely going to play nice with it. I will say, there's a few things that maybe make a 5e Mind Flayer a little bit more difficult to achieve for a player character race than maybe a different edition, right? A couple of things are a problem here. Magic resistance being put onto a race on top of everything else you'd probably have to give them to make them kind of slot in really nice. 120 feet of telepathy is insane. 120 feet of dark vision is very, very good. I think what you would have to assume is that the Mind Flayer that they presented here has to be a higher level Illithid. Like, this has to be, maybe, like, you have the Illithid, and that is the creatures, and then Mind Flayers are more, like, dedicated to the craft or something. Yeah. But yeah, I would say, most likely for something like this Mind Blast, you can't really allow it to do much more than what the Dragonborn's Weapon Breath does. You need to either cut into the amount of uses that they're going to have of it, if it's going to have an additional kicker, or like, boy, I mean, it's stunned. You can't do stun for 1 minute. Yeah, you can't do stun for 1 minute inside of a race trait. There's got to be a way that you can make that work out. Boy, I would even say, honestly, if that were a racial feat that you couldn't pick up until like 8th level, you say like you're an 8th level Mind Flayer, and all it is whenever you deal damage with the Mind Blast, a creature is... God damn, that's scary. That's super scary. Yeah, you're assuming the base Mind Flayer is much stronger. Yeah, I would say, yeah, Master Blaster. Even this right here is so fucking nuts. But it has to be an incapacitated humanoid. I would probably start out, number one, you can assume that this is probably from a class thing. They get breastplate, okay. I'm just kind of skimming real quick. 30 feet of speed. Skills 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You might think that they get something in maybe Arcana? What's consistent across all the different Mind Flayers? This is literally just the Mind Flayer with more stuff thrown onto it. You don't even think it should get stunned ever? It's just too strong in my opinion. I think it needs to be strong. Like, it needs to be good, but this is the kind of thing that's usually so good you could probably see as like, boy, you know how scary it would be if this was actually Gulok's capstone? If Great Old One just got this instead of the Thrall thing. Hey, what's up, Jordan? You just joined and I hope you're making my player charge for the... No. Someone's just asking for advice about potentially making a Mind Flayer race. So, you can't bake stunned into a race trait. You just can't. It's too detrimental of a condition to be doing at the first tier of play. It should tell you enough that the rest of the monk class has to suffer because their 5th level is that scary good. If the stun is once per day, it would be okay in your opinion. It can't be for... I don't mind, like, if you can do it more than once per day, that's fine, except for this right here. The creature stunned for 1 minute is a... Oof. Ooh. Oh, man. At least for monk, it's only until the end of your next turn. You could even tone down the damage, 1d8 plus 4, whatever, but like... Stunned for 1 minute? No, that means that thing is going to be taking a fuckload of damage. Maybe if it was like, it can repeat the saving throw each time it takes damage, it might be more reasonable, but yeah. Have a great stream. Hey, what's up, Kenneth? I gotta take the dog to the dog park. Guys, have fun! You shoot with the mimic bot. Oh, shucks, I'm glad. Thank you. That's what I need to do. I need to take Apollo out to the dog park. I need to just kind of get out here in a little while. You think that recharge is an underutilized mechanic? I 100% agree with you. That stuff is all over early editions of D&D, like Breath Attacks of Dragons. I imagine if that was the balance for Dragonborn Breath. They were too... Okay. I don't blame them because there's still new wording that we're finding out. Ways to write certain mechanics for the game to where they make a little bit more sense or whatever. I don't think that they... I think that... I think that recharge is fine on a player character. Thoughts on cats? Not my favorite animal. I'm a dog man. I wrote in the Runekeeper. Hang on. I wrote several of the runes to do recharge in the way that I thought recharge should be worded. Where'd you go? There you are. Hey, what's up? Come down here. Come down here. Oh, come on. Okay. Cats are awesome and you won't hear your sounds. I hate the way they smell. Cats just smell terrible to me. If it's a cat that's like cool and it goes and does its own thing, that's whatever. I'm so much more of a dog person. Okay. Here's how I think that if you're going to write a recharge mechanic, it should probably be worded. The thing is, a recharge should be a very, very reliable, like, at the end of combat, you will get this thing back. Otherwise, that character's just going to be rolling d6s outside of combat, right? How is that your problem with him? That's weird. I lived with a roommate whose cats would literally just shit in my goddamn laundry all the time, and I would go through and do, like, 5 loads of laundry or whatever, be totally fine, be folding up my fucking laundry, and then have to rewash all of it because I'd find a goddamn rolled up cat's turd in the middle of it, whatever. Yeah, no, oh my god. Cats ruin. And whenever they pee on your laundry, they taint it. You gotta rewash everything 10 times if you own a cat. It's fucking nuts. Nah, I won't live with a cat again. Amanda had one whenever we first got together. Alice was a cool cat because Alice was mostly an outdoor cat. I'm cool with outdoor cats. Outdoor cats, keep mice around, keep mice out of your house. Cool, absolutely. I will not deal with another goddamn cat that's gonna shit in my laundry. I'm not doing that again. Oh yeah, no, we're all still very much aware of D&D Legacy. Yeah. There's, I've heard from some other content creators, WotC's very much aware. Cats intimidate you because of a childhood trauma. You have a dog instead. Yeah, oh, your friend's cat would bring home dead mice. You know what that actually means? If the cat is bringing you a dead mouse, it's not actually that, like, the cat's giving you a gift. The cat thinks that you don't know how to feed yourself. And, like, you know, if a cat's, like, sleeping in your bed or something, you think that cat might have just hated you? Cool. I am 100% fine. My life is not enhanced whenever I own a cat. So we can totally keep arm's distance for the rest of my life. I'm 100%. Yeah, no, it means that cats are actually trying to feed you because they don't think you know how to eat. Like, that you can't go hunt for yourself. Like, that's kind of funny. Your cat's getting, like, throwing some shade at you. That's pretty good. But, no, I'm so much more of a dog person. I get dogs. Yeah. Cat ruined all cats for you, just like bad D&D ruined. Yeah, sure. I have had way more bad cats in my life, though, than I've had bad dogs. Way more bad cats. I pulled this up because I wanted to kind of show, like, what I thought you should need to code if you're wanting to do recharge as a, like, maybe a race trait or a character thing. Recharge should come back a little bit more soon than a quote-unquote short rest. And basically, if you did a sort of coding like this, where you do the thing, you can't do so again for 1 minute, but you can roll a d6 at the start of each of your turns, etc., etc. This attack is unavailable for 1 minute unless the 6 is rolled on the d6, which immediately recharges the breath attack. Something like that. I think that if you do something like that, that's pretty cool, pretty fine. And if it's something that if you're like, I don't mind them having this more than once for combat, I would prefer that it's like short rest, but I like the narrative of a recharge. This is the way that you should probably go. Cats think you're just a bigger cat. Yeah, one bad dog, and he was below 50 pounds, so basically a cat. Oh, and I'm not saying all dogs are great. No, No, if there's a dog that's like under, oh man, I won't live with a Chihuahua. I won't deal with Chihuahuas ever, ever. Not only do I think that those things are number one, Chihuahuas are ugly animals. All right, they are malformed, little gremlin creatures. All right, like those are not dogs. Those are imps. Okay, Chihuahuas are fucking disgusting. They are also always getting sick. They are always shaking like they're having a seizure all the time. And they don't know how to control their bowels. Like, anybody that owns a Chihuahua and is like, oh no, look at him, he's so cute, is fucking nuts. They need to be seeing a therapist. Something is wrong with that person. The thoughts on the Schipperke dog? Schipperke? Never heard of it. Aww. 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 Hang on. Aww. They're just... I didn't know the breed name, but yeah, they're the cute little, like... They just look peppy, like they're gonna run around real fast and zoom and... You know, they're cute. Look at, oh look, he's action pose. This is adorable. Yeah, see, I get this reaction out of dogs whenever I'm like, yeah, oh, you look like you'd be so much fun to hang out with. Ooh, he's fighting a snake. He's fighting a snake. Oh, look at him chase the ball. Like, see, I'm such a dog guy. I never got this reaction out of a cat. They might be like, oh, it's cute when it's a kitten and its face is all messed up and its eyes are like, yeah, you know, whatever. But like, I just don't, man, dogs are just so adorable. So adorable. Look at that. He's so brave. He's so brave. He's just fighting the snake. You just know he's going to go whap and smack it. With tails, their tails are docked in the U.S. for no reason. Yeah, Apollo. So Apollo is a Corgi Blue Heeler mix, and you know, I was like, oh crap, are they gonna cut his tail? What's gonna happen? And they asked us if we walked in on us talking about dogs. Whenever I had first adopted Apollo, they asked me if I wanted to have his tail cut, and I was like, no. No, they're like, well, it's like the Corgi or Blue Heeler kind of thing. And I'm like, no, we're good. And I'm so glad I didn't. I'm so glad we didn't, because like, he's just got the cutest, Apollo's got the cutest tail. Yeah. Oh. You see if I can't find. Oh, well, it's Bud, but, there's a picture of Apollo. Yeah. Oh. Why is that alarm on? It's Sunday. Oh no, come on, show me his tail. I mean, that's a great picture. Hold up. That's like my favorite picture of him. There we go. Yeah, so there's Apollo. I'm trying to find the picture of his tail. Do I not have one? He's such a good boy. Where is... Man, I don't know where I've got a picture of him. I don't know. But yeah, Apollo's tail, dog tier list win, all S class, yeah. But yeah, Apollo's tail, it ends in like a nice cute like white little fluff thing at the end. He's adorable. Been my bud for, oh god, I think he's 7 now. He's either 7 or 8 this year, I'm trying to remember. opinion on wiener dogs. Some people love them. There's a great video by Salmonella on dog breed, the Salmonella. Yeah, there we go. This is 100% true. Hang on. Yeah, I'll agree with most of the opinions that are expressed in this video. 13 million views. This is such a great video. Hang on.
Hey kids, let me talk to you about dog breeding. Nowadays, dogs are mostly around just to be a cute companion, right? So breeding has gone from functionality to cuteness. And that's fine, as long as it stays within the bounds of nature. But that's not enough for today's breeder. So, how do you make a dog cuter? Apparently, by giving it disgusting genetic deformities. And chances are, you, the listener, agree with that. You just don't know you do. Let me show you what I mean. See this? This is a relatively normal dog. Notice the snout, the eyes, the shape of the head. Not too far gone from the wolves that today's dogs come from. Now let me take you through some other breeds. First is the Bull Terrier. 100 years ago, still looked pretty normal, right? Now here's today's version. Jesus, who needs snouts, right? Let's just give...
Yeah, like, there's definitely a way that, you know, hey, I feel like, is the fact that dogs have, like, such a short lifespan kind of our fault? You know, like, I feel really bad for, like, goddamn, go watch the rest of this video, by the way. I don't want to, like, I mean, you know, snipe 25 views away from him for this one thing. Even though, I mean, come on, 13 million, Jesus. But yeah, go watch the rest of this video if you're interested. Salmonella, great YouTube channel. As you guys can tell, 3.5 million views. Jesus. Or million subs. But yeah, so we have basically genetically bred dogs to be ineffective at surviving in the wild anymore. Retro pugs. I want to get back on the Alchemist. But oh, right. Yeah, the comparison of like what the traditional pug looked like compared to today's pug. Yeah. Oh, it's so sad. Like, this is what they're having to deal with now. Their nose has like receded into their goddamn skull. Allowed us to selectively evolve them for a very short amount of time, and we always evolved them in the dumbest ways possible. Yeah. Yeah, even tame wolves. No, yeah, I agree. Genetic diseases in the world is because of us. I'm not. I mean, I know like tamed wolves and everything like that. Whatever. Animals just in general don't really live exactly super long, right? Sad deal, but I really feel like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a biologist or anything like that. I just can't help but feel like if I look at like the Irish wolfhound and the fact that those things live for like what 4 or 5 years, I'm like, oh, I feel like we fucked something up right there. Like part of this just feels like it was our fault. Now people started to breed retro pugs. Poor animals. Just gonna play music, maybe? Sea Turtle will be like, we'll see about that, human. You gonna play music? There we go. So, speaking of making horrific abominations, All right, we need to get rid of all the wording that happened in the Alchemist for formulas. Are greyhounds okay? I feel like greyhounds, any dog that is, how do you put it? Irish wolfhounds are in a bad spot because they're just so goddamn big and lanky. They die of heart issues like way quick. Most of that's on their breed, because we bred them to be big fucking massive dogs that are going to take down, they're meant to be quick and able to take down wolves. So rather than make them big burly like mastiffs, we made them big lanky. And yeah, so their body just like does not, if I remember right, it's like it doesn't metabolize really well, or it metabolizes like at an extremely quick rate or something. Either way, their body just does not, it's like their organs almost just don't support the dog itself, you know? But I mean, I don't know specifically about greyhounds. I just know this, I have looked into Irish wolfhounds, because it's something, at some point I've been like, yeah, I'd like to own an Irish wolfhound, but I also can't get over the fact that they die so incredibly quick. That just feels like you're buying heartache. But they need a good home, you know. That's always the dog owner's like crisis. We need to clear one big thing first. Would you give the middle urges feature to everyone by level 6 or nah? It sounds very much like people would like for that to be a thing. You know, they really aren't getting a lot of shit at 7th. You guys tell me, whenever a class table is presented to you and it's got a scaling thing, like, I mean, like with lightning in a bottle, all this means is that the rarity keeps going up. 3rd, 7th, 13th, and then 18th. Would you care if it just, like, got rid of this? I think that's kind of necessary to make sure that, like, it's clear where you're getting features. I'm not trying to, like, hide anything within the class, but... Hey, Claudia, what's up? Good to see you. Dropping a view, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm, now I've got multi-streaming back up and going again. Blah, 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 blah. So we got a bunch of people over on YouTube and some people hanging out over on Twitch. Hey, what's up, Sirens? You like dogs and other animals, but you got allergies that have become more severe as you've aged. I don't like how people act like I don't like dogs around me when I prompt them not to jump on me. Oh, right. No, I saw the video. Wait. Oh my god. Hold on. Do you care if I show that on stream? Because it's so funny. Yes, I did see that the other day on YouTube or on Facebook. Holy shit, this is so funny. So Claudia and I know each other from band in college, and one of our directors, fucking Andrew Anderson, accidentally threw a baton at her in the middle of, yeah. No, I saw the video. You don't care? Okay, hang on, let me find it. It's so funny. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Oh god, wait, there's too much music happening. Okay. So here's Claudia. there's Claudia. All right. Now, Here, and this is Anderson. Yeah. So. What did you like? Did it like smack you in the face? That's so funny. Oh man. Oh, I love that. I love that so much. And just knowing Anderson, I'm sure he like came up to you like immediately after the show and apologized. Well, yeah, I mean, you're sitting right there, like, I mean, well, plus you're playing Piccolo. I mean, you're kind of asking for it, like. Oh man, that's such a funny video. I'm so glad you guys got that on camera. Multiple times it bounced off you and hit the stand. Oh man. So you're still rapping some of it there? I guess TU, everyone knows where I went to college, so yeah. It's the first time you've ever done that, really? No, I remember, so back whenever we played Slava, what was that, like 3 years ago? I show up to the concert, like, so they had me playing guitar on Slava. It's oh god, I feel so dumb. Who's this composer? Is it Leonard Bernstein? No, I feel like that's wrong. Who the fuck wrote Slava? Oh, you're asking him help out with the band camp. Gotcha. Who wrote Slava? Holy shit, I got that right. Yes, it is Leonard Bernstein. Okay. So Leonard Bernstein has a song called Slava that's supposed to be like an American. What's the joke? It's like a kind of a hokey American, like, yay. Like, hooray, we're American. It's patriotic. There we go. Jesus Christ. So, there's a guitar feature, like 3/4 of the way through the show, or 3/4 of the way through the song, and I'm like, all right, yeah, cool. I get like one run at the goddamn one run at the song in the orchestra room. And I was like, yeah, you guys got an amp? What do I need to do? And he was like, an amp? Wait, what? And I was like, you guys asked me to play electric guitar in this thing. And he was like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll get that sorted out. I show up the day of the performance, and I was like, all right, I don't need to bring my amp, whatever, they've got it figured out. And Anderson's just like, oh, I mean, is it going to be loud enough without it? And I'm like, so we had to like run around and go low. Like I had to go run over to my house, go grab my amp, bring it back up, all in the span of like 15 minutes before that, like for one song. Oh man, we didn't even get like a run at it before that. Yeah. Oh, but super fun song. Oh man, I would play that one again in a heartbeat. That was so cool. You're gonna wear that shirt and just say that one time and point at you. Oh man. So, wait, can we? Does TU have any more of those shirts in a large? I would 100% wear one. Oh man. Your Survivor bonus ass always sets shit up because your people fucking. Yeah, okay. Oh my god, van stories. Oh Jesus. So we were on our way to state back whenever Mr. Dr. Professor Anderson we were on our way to state back whenever I was in high school, state jazz. And of course, we were playing. There's a song Manteca or Monteca, however you want to say it. It's a Cuban jazz piece, right? So we have to bring a bunch of congas and a bunch of Latin percussion and all that stuff. And my mom was like, "Oh yeah, we can just throw it in the back of our truck, and you know we'll." God damn it! So my mom is helping us load up and everything like that. We load up. all the Latin percussion into our fucking truck. All right. Now, we are driving from Verdigris to, I think this was Midwest City. So it's like an hour and a half drive, you know. And out in Verdigris, not really the most well fucking maintained roads. I'm not sure if you all have ever been driving in like kind of rural ass Oklahoma. Even Verdigris is somewhat a little bit more like updated than if you go to like Enid. Enid is like, all right, no, we are out here in kind of boonies. Even still, Enid's a little bit more modern, but so we're driving from Verdigris, going to Midwest City, and roads are not real well maintained. We had just had a real bad ice storm, so there are potholes and all this other crap, right? This uncovered back of the truck that has got all of our Latin percussion inside of it. We go over the Verdigris River, and suddenly there's a brand new fucking pothole that is just on the other side of this bridge that my mom hits, and the truck goes like that, bucks up, and then like two of the fucking congas just fly out. Onto the road and send sparks everywhere. My buddy Zach, actually Zach Eldridge, he's also got a YouTube channel. My buddy Zach said, like, Jesus Christ, he was following behind us in his Mustang, and he was like, I thought something was gonna catch fire. Like, he just saw the actual, there's metal clamps on the sides of the congas. He was like, it must have just hit that solid every time, because it just shot sparks every time it bounced, and it like flew off into the fucking Verdigris River. He had to go run down and go fish it out so that we could get it back for state. So we show up to state with this just mucky, gross, like fucking conga. No, the leather tops were actually okay. Yeah, they were fine. I'm not sure if they've actually replaced those heads since then, or like they've got new congas or anything. But Jesus Christ, yeah. We were on our way to state, and goddamn, the congas flew out of the back of her truck and just, oh man. Whew. So my Terry doesn't like Bard. He's still traumatized. I don't like Bard because it's a horrible conveyance of the magic of music. The magic of, oh god damn it, get over here. No! God. Of music. There you go. Yeah, welcome to my streams, Claudia. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. Thoughts are going to your winter. Do we need to move this? No, wait, not this. So, what was the quality of life thing? There were some people that thought that this needed to get moved away. Oh, and by the way, this one has gotten swapped up a little bit. It gets white. I think, yeah, having it with the table helps establish that there is an upgrade there. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So it sounded like the thing that people were wanting me to move away from, just this metallurgist or transfigurist, whatever we're gonna wind up calling it. We'll see. You can use the bonus action. Hang on, there we go. You can use the bonus action for your catalyze feature to create an alchemical item. You can replace the raw materials required to craft the alchemical item with valuables such as gold pieces. Of a value. Okay. of a value equal to or greater than the cost of raw materials. Is this a thing that you guys are saying I should probably parse out and put into the base Alchemist? Is this that much of a quality of life change? I feel like it's a little bit easier to use the class if you do this. I think, like... we want to keep the bonus action use an object, because that's actually a nice power spike for them. This would make it to where, like, you... and I think it fits into the realm of... gives another reason to remove formula. Our raw material is going to be a monetary value. Yeah, eventually. Well, okay, so they're referred to in abstraction because you don't want to infer that the DM, like, in their world has specific magic items or specific component. They want to make the components for it, sure, whatever. The raw materials are mostly just used in abstraction as something that you have to go hunt down in order to craft a thing, right? It removes a bit of the flavor, in your opinion? How do you mean? Hey, what's up, Axiom? You can even put a cap on the amount of money you can get to be tied to Alchemist level? I don't know that we'd have to go that far. Lead to gold is part of the base fantasy. I guess. Okay, so I'm very close to thinking that, like, the sad thing is this might just need to go, but this is quite cool. And I feel like if we don't have this in here, we're missing out on something. However, actually, this is Ross's idea. Yeah, you don't need to actually go hunting for ingredients. Yeah. So, okay. What if each potion had a material cost that's determined with dice rolls, and as an alchemist you could reroll the die? What? Reroll the die X amount of times per day. I'm not sure I follow. You can give equivalent exchange to the animator? I think at that point you are very much directly referring to a specific kind of an idea in Full Metal Alchemist, and I still like that being pretty open and vague. Third level is really good. If we give it to you at second, I guess you could get it at third. Lightning in a bottle is a once per day common potion. Actually, that's where it kind of needs to come on as third. Because you want to be able to reliably make lightning in a bottle happen. Okay, I don't know what the... Name of it's gonna be... It could be an optional class feature for campaigns where you don't get chances to forage. My, So, I had originally thought that this needed optional class features to cover potion missability. But rather than write something that I think is like, yeah, I'm gonna overcome this one variant rule that appears at certain tables, I'm gonna write the stuff that, like, this should fit into the base game. I mean, okay, I guess there's a justification there to where you say, like, okay, at tables where foraging isn't, like, a huge element, or you're feeling like yada yada yada. Hey. Yeah. So, I think this is fine at third.
Hi. Oh, my voice isn't used yet. Hi.
Hi.
I am kind of waking up. How are you? I was gonna run a quick trip, so I was gonna see if there was anything you wanted.
I feel like I should eat something. I'll eat with those, like, garden salsa sun chips, which are good, but
Not real food.
yeah. I don't know. Quick Trip, it hasn't really sounded good for a while.
That's fine. We can get some else if you want.
Yeah. I'll take a Red Bull from there though,
Okay.
like a sugar-free one.
Okay.
That's all I can think of.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool. You'll be honest, you would always want the equivalent exchange feature because it makes it so much more intuitive. Chad says it's always nice to have you cameo on stream.
Aww, thank you.
Let's say a healing potion costs 1d4 times 5 gold to produce. As an alchemist who's good at following formulas, you can reroll the cost of a potion X amount of times for long. There's nothing in the game that says a potion costs that much. Like, there's no rolling for cost. There's a market value that we can assume that's the way that your class is going to... these are the prices that you're most likely going to be operating under, right? So... I would rather just keep consistent with what they've got already written in the game. Now... what's this process called where we're talking about, like, the conversion of gold to it's like, I mean, you could say transmutation, but you're saying like MCD and oh god. Hey now, don't get too spicy in chat. Just conversion. I wish Spluff was around. Transmogrify? I think Transmogrify only is in reference to the way that something appears, right? Like, it doesn't actually... I think it's specifically... It changes the appearance and nothing else. No? Really? Oh, more often with grotesque or humorous effect. Oh, okay, so it's very general. Okay. So we got Transmogrify, but I don't know that that completely conveys... right. But it's been kind of adopted. Transmutation has been adopted as like a spell school for D&D, right? So like conversion tax. Make it cost extra gold so it's still better to forage. Meh. I mean, like, man, we just need to make it. This needs to be easy to play. This needs to be easy. Conversion text is kind of funny. You are changing a metal into a component here. I guess it's transfiguration, but like... This is a... You are quickly making materials. You are... A chemical alteration. There's already too many uses of alchemical in this thing. Transmogrify is cool. This is the action of like... Chrysopedia means the opposite, transfiguring baser metals into gold. Or wait, Chrysopoia? 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 It sounds fancy. Anti-Chrysopoia. Alteration exchange. Call it anti-Midas touch. Like, we don't want to go the lame, like, right cantrip for the job route. Like, yeah, the right tool for the job. What a clunky feature name. Come on now. Oh, like, oh. Is it because Swiss Army knife implies that you have a Switzerland in your world, so you can't? Oh, I hate this feature name. Transmogrified exchange. What's like, what's another synonym for Swiss Army knife? Now I'm curious. Like Ace in the Hole or pocket tool, switchblade, pocket knife. The Alchemist in Dungeon World literally has an ability that's just called "What's in my pocket?" So go ahead. Or the Artificer. Oh man. Knife of all trades. Multi-tool, right? Like, yeah, multi-tool, sure. Not the right tool for the job. This, multi-tool, whatever. Yeah, there you go. That's cool. Multi-tool. Yeah. I even think that's more evocative than fucking right tool for the job. Are you kidding me? Also, Flash of Genius. Okay. Why is this not called Eureka? Like, they missed out on so many cool spots here. Cause like I think with lightning in a bottle, I went that route because lightning in a bottle is supposed to be like a quick, like, oh bam, there's an amazing like lightning in a bottle specifically refers to the idea that something amazing that can't be replicated quite possibly again, and the bottle thing with alchemy, right? The tie-in there. However, I've been trying to figure out a way to put Eureka as a goddamn class feature so many times. Solifaction means the making of gold in alchemy, so maybe play with that. The bigger wrench. Well, and we don't have to take specifically gold. We have to take, like, valuables and switch them, right? So... King of all trades is pretty cool. Will you turn potions of the same rarity into another? I don't think that anything like that would probably be like real necessary. Isn't it literally transmutation? Oh. Miracle Flux. Hold up, there's something there. Flux. Very cool idea. Fluidity, variability, unpredictability, irregularity. A shift. Flux. I think that's a good starting out. Effervescent flux. I like the idea of flux. Plus, just having that in a feature name is cool. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It should be called Eureka. Ether Flux. Transmogra Flux. Refinement Flux or something. Transmuta Flux, maybe? That's just kind of, yeah, kind of. Isotopic flux. Value, currency, value synonym. Let's see. Merit is like. Oh. Price, helpfulness, help, service, good, profit, gain, benefit, desirability, advantage, practicality, utility, use, usefulness, worth, merit. Treasure, cherished, dear, prize, precious, special, esteemed, well thought. Oh my god, come on. Elemental exchange. I guess like material, no, it wouldn't be mercurial. Because flux materia means literally like change mass. It's not exactly elemental in D&D terms, but in science, gold at least. Asset flux. Classification name. Aha. Periodic flux. Play on Mercury and a synonym for brisk or lively. Wait, is mercurial actually a synonym for brisk or lively? Really? Changes of mood or mind? Huh. Subject to sudden or unpredictable changes of the mood or mind. Interesting. Mind of Mercury for a reason. I've never heard of that before. That's pretty good. Mercurial flu. That's pretty good. The element of surprise. Why not call it revert or oh wait, sorry, revert materia. Yeah, I kind of like this. Kind of like it. What other? Do I have method? I forget if I switch back to method. I think yeah. Methodical efficiency. We could say mercurial efficiency. Mercurial flux. Mercurial flux. It's one to say. I think methodical efficiency makes a lot more sense. Mercurial flux is pretty good. It's like a quick change. I mean, ideally, we're talking about a quick, hyper-reactive change that's happening right here. That's fine. That'll work. That'll work for right now. and it fits right there in the table without needing to make a big adjustment. Hello.
Man, it's hot out there. That is just from like walking outside.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's 103 degrees out right now.
Oh my god, I
Yeah.
can definitely feel that.
Mercurial fuck is deeply toxic. Okay, so I like that. I like that. I think we can roll with that. I think we can do that. Right. Okay. For anybody that's seen the playtest packet, was there anything else that you saw that you were like, oh, okay, a few things that I'm changing. Let's go through this real quick. So, Experimentalist Adept. This one's getting a big change. Reason being, was the word equivalence being used? We'll get there, but it's one that I want to use. Yes, not in that feature, but it will be a thing. Experimentalist Adept. So, the problem with this was that you were not going to. This wasn't really making it super clear into how many like alchemical items you're going to be able to get. And undoubtedly, I would think that most of us can agree the price of Alchemist Fire is extremely high in 5e, to the point that it prices you out of effectively using it. Which really sucks, because it would make it to where you couldn't really make an Alchemist Fire class kind of work. However, I feel like there is a way to hard code over that, in a way that doesn't disrupt the economy of the game. So, Experimentalist Adept, the second paragraph got completely reworked. When you spend a part of a long rest crafting alchemical items, the maximum number of alchemical items you can create is equal to your alchemist level plus your intelligence modifier, minimum of 1. You only need to provide 5 gold pieces worth of raw materials to craft any alchemical item worth 50 gold pieces or less. Doesn't it only cost as much as a healing potion? Yes, but for an effect that is much less impactful than a healing potion. A healing potion is quite literally like overcoming a mass, like a potion of healing is a miracle cure, is the way that it should be thought of. 1d4 plus 1 hit points to like most commoners is life-changing medicine. So 50 gold pieces or a recurring 1d4 fire damage, it's not all that great. It's not comparable whenever you're looking at how the effects will play out in the game. So if that's the main thing that we want you to be able to attack with, we want you to be able to reliably get it back fairly often. So every long rest, you can, if you're spending time crafting, make a number of alchemical items. The way that this was worded originally was that whenever you spent a long rest, because this wording appears to have thrown some people off. I'm actually referring to a rule that appears in Xanthar's Guide to Everything. So in Xanthar's Guide, it says, this is really fucking weird. They use a terminology of work days and etc., etc. What they do in Xanthar's Guide is say, screw that. Instead, what you can do is if you spend part of the downtime crafting an alchemical item with your alchemist supplies, you can create one. Like, you can create one item. So, that's not a lot. Especially whenever this is supposed to be your core class fantasy. So what this is actually doing is it's expanding on that rule and saying that the minimum number of items that you can craft is equal to your alchemist level, so 1, plus your intelligence modifier. So, ideally around here we're thinking that this is going to be about a 4. Minimum of 1 is like, I guess if you want to take this class because whatever, and you have a negative to your intelligence modifier, sure, that coding is in there to make sure that you'll at least get something, right? And it's another kind of obnoxious part of 5e that we have to keep continuing to write that, because it's like, no, why the hell would you do that? Why would you take this class unless you were intending on going, whatever? So you're making creating the alchemical items very cheap to craft? Yes. You need that perfume? What perfume? What? You can still make perfume with this. So this is going to hard override that. I even put the footnote that refers to the rule that I am, trying to clarify here. You only need to provide 5 gold pieces worth of raw materials to craft any alchemical item worth 50 gold pieces or less. Tell me what you think this means right here. And if I need to clarify this, I will. Because then, yeah. My barbarian needs that 1 level of alchemist to get perfume, so why not get alchemist supply proficiency and just make the perfume during a long rest? Because that's the thing you can already do. I'm really, really curious what people are thinking about this one, because this is quite good. Don't question your methods. I'm not. What? I don't know what's happening there. You think it's pretty clear and straightforward? The problem, I think, is economy inflation, maybe. That is, it's not a practical problem. Not gonna lie, you got no idea. So an alchemist at level 20 can make 25 items in a night? Yes. If it needs to be equal to half your alchemist level, but I mean 25 items in a night, you've usually got about 24 spell slots for, yeah. That locks out alchemist fire? How do you mean? Okay, so I'm seeing some different interpretations. How does it lock out alchemist fire? Your mimic videos inspired you to make a Golubdur as a playable race? Go for it. Do it to it. Designing races is a great place to start learning homebrew. 5 gold pieces for an item of 100 gold pieces or less? What? Alchemist fire costs 50 gold pieces. What's up, Tristan? Yeah, I'm not really sure how it locks out alchemist fire. So you got it. Okay. All right. So if you're doing experimentalist adept, 5 gold pieces. If anybody's really okay, so a complaint I have heard from people is they're like, I'm worried about what this would do as far as like the players being able to just make items and then go sell them and do whatever. And I'm like, why are you allowing that to run rampant? Like, if you're allowing it to get out of control where they're just like, oh, I'm going to go into a shop and say, hello, pay me 50 gold pieces for every single one of these items I just made in my basement. Thank you very much. Like, okay, that's, you're allowing that to get out of control. Like, that's, you're assuming, number one, every single NPC is going to be a perfect customer. All right, that's not realistic at all. If you run into this being a thing where like, wow, my players are creating stuff and it's ruining the economy, I'm like, that sounds like you did that to yourself, my dude. Yeah, the register drawer is not bottomless. Yeah. So like, I mean, it sounds. This is kind of an exciting thing, all right? Because you see this, and you're like, as a character, thinking, oh wait, I can craft stuff and sell it, and then I'm like, that's the thing that made you think that this was busted, and not like other classes getting able to throw fireballs or what. I'm like, oh my god, what? You don't think it breaks the economy? You're not selling items at full price, and shops would want to buy all that. Yeah. And if that gets to be the case, and you're like, all right, you know that this is intended to be a thing for you to use these items with, right? So like, if you're trading all these off, it's like, you know, my players took all their starting equipment and their swords, and they just sold it in town, and now I don't know what to do about all the money they have. I'm like, wait, what? Like, god damn it. God, like, yeah, they're taking their class features, they're taking all their spell slots, and they're charging for their services in town, and now my economy is ruined. I'm like, that's on you, my dude. Oh man, I swear it's like that. What's that fucking meme where it's the kid that like is riding a bike and he takes a stick and puts it in the wheel. Gary at the shop looking at the adventurers walking with 300 bottles and stuff. Yeah, I'm like, it's an odd complaint where like that people might have for homebrew, where they're like, oh, I just feel like the players are going to get a whole unless the thing is literally saying like, yeah, you just shit out 50 gold pieces a day. It's not saying that. It's like, you got to spend the time to do this thing, right? Now, wait till they find out what plant growth and fabricate does to the economy. Yeah, some players really want to game economy and technology, though. Like, I like, but you know, if they want to do that, sure. Like, okay, so they want to do that. I'm also like, I just haven't really had players, I guess, do that. Where it's like, oh no, this shopping trip ruined my D&D adventure. Oh man, through the players going around and selling items, suddenly we have a problem. Like, what? I don't get this. I mean, you know, as somebody that run the merchant, I get these kinds of like questions all the time about like, you really think it's okay to just give players like 50 gold pieces that they have to, in this bag of shit that they have to, and I'm like, yeah, it's fine. Like, oh man, you realize you're giving them reality warping power in spells that they just get on a long rest, right? Like, my dude, why are you worried about this little potion seller? Bar walks into town with cure wounds. I'm a doctor, pay me to fix your problem. And like, what's stopping them from doing that in the downtime now? Yeah. Yeah, let me get this straight. You play D&D to get away from rampant capitalism, so you roll up a character with a stable job. Oh, that's fucking good. Oh, man. Like, yeah, you know how my players broke D&D? They got fucking jobs, man. They started earning gold. Oh, they need to go and fight for that. Oh man, this is great. Okay, so on top of all that, I added in some footnotes to clarify some things and just make sure these are kind of at Heavy's suggestion here. Heavy did this quite a bit in his Gunslinger, and I think that this is actually a pretty good practice now. I was originally adverse to it, but as I keep going forth, I think that it's pretty nice to wait. Oh, okay, very good feedback. Okay. You 4 at first level, as long as that's 20 gold pieces burned per long rest per mission. Most of the yes, thank you, yes, yep, that is the interpretation right there. So yeah, you would have to keep continually burning like upwards of like maybe 25 gold pieces, but this is a reliability thing for you here. This is going to be the way that you attack. it's gonna be the way that you need to function in combat. So like, could it be a little bit expensive on you? Yeah, but like that is like that's part of the class fantasy here. You need to be able to source your raw materials, right? So you can do this scavenging out in nature. You can already do that. Now you really want to make a party of a merchant, alchemist, and artificer. Oh Christ. So like you know, like, okay, you know how you really disrupt the economy in your game? You just do a little bit of research and figure out, oh wait, copper wire's in here. Oh cool. This could mean, you know, I could shocking grasp a long spool of copper wire, and because I can do shocking grasp infinitely, I'm a living power plant. And then boom, you've invented electricity. Like, you know, like, yeah, there's a bard subclass that can just literally manifest hundreds of gold worth of material components for the spells daily. Yeah. You don't... a reasonable gold economy does not exist beyond 13th level. Players are just... any economy for your world is not intended to really function beyond the third tier of play at all. If you're a world builder and you're really worried about like, oh, I gotta make sure that like my players have got this amount of gold for whatever way, it's like the economy just does not fucking exist beyond that level of play. It just, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the dragons have stolen the economy anyways. Yeah. So, especially if you've got College of Creation Bard, it's not a thing. Now you need a class that's just a tax collector. Go find my merchant. So with your conversions, they would need to find $250 worth of materials in the wild to splash a man with a gallon of napalm. No, they would need to find $50 worth of materials in the wild. If we're talking about the... I have what I believe to be USD to gold piece conversion rates down. So one gold piece would be worth $10. This is a cost per mission, so you're actually earning 20 gold pieces or less per day of adventure. How do I know this is a big deal? That's the very same reason I don't use poisons in one Westmarch campaign you play, and poisons is cheaper than the usual at that table. What? You're buying a place, stocking stuff, yeah, raw material, yeah. Does experimentalist adept apply to catalyze? Yes, it does. That's why I'm very glad I'm putting in footnotes. Oh, okay. So I'm providing the footnotes in here because I saw Heavy was recommending it, and I actually think that this is a good practice to start going in. Giving the footnotes makes it to where you can reduce down a lot of the flavor text that you might think is like kind of necessary for explaining one feature or another. And it, with the leading formula, it actually freed up a lot of territory in here. Like, quite a bit. Now, there's a few things. In the process. Okay, there we go. You're trading potential gains for better performance. Yes. Perfectly balances all things. Look, at the end of the day, if you find a money-making scheme, you're just going to start attracting attention and either get enslaved or criminalized. So, yeah, I'm like, there's so many other ways that, like, you know what? If you think you're fucking over the economy, your DM can fuck over your scheme as well, right? What happens? Oh, a Thieves Guild it takes notice, and then they're like, all right, we want to cut. Yeah. Yeah. You start doing things like, oh, I'm making really cheap potions and selling them on the black market. That black market's gonna come looking for you. So, and these are what I would call like DM fiat kind of things. I'm not trying to balance around, but I will say that I think that it's pretty reasonable. Good luck on stream. Oh, hey, thank you. Hey, have a great day. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yeah, oh no, a meteor fell in your potion shop? Shame. So, I feel like this is fine for the purposes of, like, you are intended very much to use these things. You are intended to use these things, the tools that you're provided in combat, right? Now, also recognize that these are for things like Alchemist Fire, not potions of healing. The crafting cost does not apply to a potion of healing. The potion cost reduction, all that stuff. Boom, all up in here. That's to make an alchemical item, not a potion of healing. Reason for that distinction is because they get a feature later on that allows them to make potions of healing. Lightning in a bottle. This is a nice power spike for them. We want to make sure that it's easy for you to get any potion that you want to with a rarity of common or uncommon, whatever. You may not want to make potions of healing. You can make other ones. Potions of climbing, potions of, you know, whatever. So, there you go. Yeah. You're intended to use them as an adventurer. If you start using them as an adult, you're going to get adult problems. You would rather have adventurer problems. Oh, man. So. With this big change that's gone on now. Man, there's some cool narrative happening in here for this, but it's literally just Forge Domain. Like, I don't think that this is really necessary enough to where, like, everything that's going to be required to make this one really work out just doesn't seem necessary. I want to hear chat. Is it so important to have the Full Metal Alchemist reference baked into its own subclass that this one needs to stay? Because I feel like I could cut it and we would get the Alchemist out a lot quicker. This one could always be the kind of thing that we come back to later on. But I just am not really feeling much of any inspiration for this beyond you get Forge Domain Clerics Channel Divinity. Because it's like, this is the magic system of the anime. So, bam, there you go. And then from there it's like, well, what are you going to do with these things? I was like, you could fight with it as a weapon. I mean, equivalent exchange is a really cool idea. But, if I get rid of all this here, Like, okay. This is quite cool. This was one of Ross's suggestions. Right here. You think I should come back and make it a thing? This is a pretty cool feature right here. When you create an item using either your catalyze or equivalent exchange feature, this is probably going to go away. Let's just do this. Hang on. You think people expect FMA out of an Alchemist class? That being said, it doesn't have to be a full subclass. Maybe just an equivalent exchange feature that lets you reshape an object. You know, we can even say... Hang on. I mean, Mercurial Flux is pretty cool. But here's the thing. Like, that is... We don't need to spell out equivalent exchange. If we did this, like, this is actually a fun little, it's the same thing as equal to, essentially. There might be some interpretations with what that means, but, I kind of like, you know, a little, yeah, there's a nice little nod right there. Yeah, you don't, yeah, exactly. You don't need to say it out loud, but you need a way to build Ed Elric with this class. I don't, okay, here's my thing. I don't think that Ed Elric is an alchemist. I think he's a transmutation wizard. He's casting spells. Like, classic alchemy is not really Full Metal Alchemist, you know. I don't really buy into the idea that the alchemy that they have presented over there isn't just transmutation wizard. So, like, especially with Ed, I really think that he is a mix of transmutation wizard and maybe arguably forged domain cleric, but like, you know, also him being the edgy edge boy atheist over there. Yeah, Ed is an alchemist in name only. 100%. 100%. People shouldn't confuse the alchemist here for alchemy in Full Metal Alchemist. No, I agree, but, and maybe I'm mistaken, I think that people expect FMA out of something that says alchemy. I also think that that's like, people expecting that the champion from Pathfinder 2 is going to get them a champion that they could make from, like, League of Legends. The fantasy or fiction and the worlds of fiction, the terms are not a thing that we can assume that everyone is going to agree on what they all mean, right? You gotta be able to make Al out of this class. Able to pull your soul into another vessel or skin into iron. We can do some interesting things like that, but, you know, you can definitely make the life stitcher with this thing now. A shoe stone was used to speak to spirits, basically a crystal ball. Yes! Okay, Desmos. Got it right there, okay? It's like how enchantment in Skyrim is making magic items, when enchantment in D&D is mind magic. Does that make sense? Does everybody else, like, kind of get that, right? Magic in Skyrim, or enchantment in Skyrim is like you are giving an item magical properties, not you're charming it, right? If you're... One sec. That is probably the best explanation for it right there. Okay, the reason for the hang-up is like, no, I'm not trying to make one of the Elric brothers with this. I'm not trying to make the magic system of Full Metal Alchemist, because I am of the belief that the Full Metal Alchemist stuff is more like you are a transmutation wizard rather than a classic alchemist. They might have some levels in Alchemist for, like, you know, if you're trying to really, really build them out, but I would say for the most part, what I'm trying to make is an alchemist that feels more like the classic fantasy, not literally the modern fantasy. Yeah. You think a Poison Alchemist is more interesting than a forced anime reference? Yep, I would agree. I would agree 100%. Even the term charm indicates something different depending on the world lore. Charms can be magic items where you can charm a creature. Yeah. So, I'm not saying this is a dig on anybody that likes Full Metal Alchemist whatsoever. What I'm saying is the magic system that's presented in there is not alchemy in the classic sense. It is their own interpretation of what alchemy is. Full Metal Alchemist, if you want to make that kind of a character like Ed, I would probably push you over towards playing a transmutation wizard. Or, I mean, even Forged Domain Cleric. Forged Domain Cleric can do a damn good job at getting across, like, mechanically. You just want to flavor that as, like, the problem is Forged Domain Cleric has, like, the ritual that takes time to do the thing, right? I had coded a version of it that you could, like, pull, essentially make an object almost at will. There's other ways to make it work out. You'd probably need to do like a ritual blade kind of a thing. You might say, if you're just thinking of like, we just want to make the character, maybe like Eldritch Knight, and you can flavor like you like summoning the blade as you pulling it out of the ground from the material, right? Like, that's kind of cool. That's cool. You can do that. But yeah, I don't see the alchemy that's in Full Metal Alchemist being anything close to the alchemy of classic fantasy. Like a sculptor. Yeah, like a sculptor. There you go. Ross has made a classic, I think, can also really, really hit the fantasy of Full Metal Alchemist. Sculptor. You want to instantly make a magic weapon? That's really cool. There you go. There's a class that can do that. I don't know that I need to code that into the Alchemist because, yeah. You said your piece, if you're not feeling it, it's probably best you scrap it. No, and I mean, you got totally, like, give me feedback, all that stuff. I always appreciate it. But after me seeing it, like, trust me, I've tried to do my research into it. I just don't really agree that Full Metal Alchemist is alchemy. Like, not in the traditional alchemical sense. Yeah. Now that we have some stuff that opens up. So we have Animator, Apothecary, the Fulminaire, the Salbinist, and the Toxicologist. We have a Poisoner, an Oil User, an Explosives, a Healer, and the Necromantic, the kid that sits in the back of class and listens to Linkin Park, you know, that, yeah. So, I think we have a really good mix right here. Like, we have a very, very solid... Wait, what just happened to that? Oh, no. I just saw what happened. Wait, no, okay. Making me delete you again. Okay. Does the Poisoner make drugs? Sure. A Chimera-inspired sword. There's some stuff that you can get out of that with the Animator right now. The Perfumer is not still up. That's going to require a writing of how do I put it? The perfumer is going to require a mechanical writing of an interaction that I'm just not quite ready to take on right now to get this thing out by July. I have all kinds of ideas for most of the other stuff. The toxicologist has been kind of sitting here for a second. Most all the other ideas are very well fleshed out, but perfumer is going to require probably a lot of tinkering around with an idea that doesn't really feel super necessary to include in the base Alchemist. It could be something that comes along later on as an expansion, but yeah, it just... The subclass is... I think it's going to serve, like, all of maybe 1% of people that ever play this class. And I'd rather hold up on that. Whenever I think about the mass appeal of who's going to be playing something like an apothecary versus a perfumer, or a salvinist instead of a perfumer, a fulminaire / bomber instead of a perfumer, it doesn't feel like it's really required, or it doesn't feel as high of a priority. Yeah, keep it simple for the original release. I thought about all this stuff like Fog Cloud and all that, yeah. But it's just not really the kind of thing that I think is super necessary for the initial release. So far, I mean, any of the trims that I've made have been ones that I've been like, mostly me thinking, if I put this into the base thing, I could see maybe like 3 people that buy this thing wanting to play that, rather than some of the other options that are in here. I think so many people are playing this because they want a blaster. I think another, like, I'll say this. I think like 70% of people that are going to be playing an Alchemist want to go with a blaster. I think another 20% probably want to go with a potion seller, right? They want to go with the apothecary. I think the other stuff that's in here is a mix that takes up the other 10%. And then if you throw in something else in here that's just digging into that 10%, it's most likely doesn't need to be a priority. So the ones that really need to get knocked out of the park, you want a toxicologist? Yeah, I mean, I see that. The ones that I know like have to get knocked out of the park, this has to be a winner. Like this has to be like, boom, all right, yep. I am the blaster. I know exactly what the hell I'm doing, right? Makes drugs and a mimic enchantment. You guys have that on you. You guys, if you want to do making drugs, that's on you. I'm not putting any drug making stuff into the base class. Not doing it. Everyone can cry as much as they want to. I've gotten asked about it a million times on these streams. I'm not making it to where you can make Walter White. That's on you guys. So, Apothecary has got to be another big banger. This has to be a way that you are able to make a character that can revive a creature non-magically. Boom, here you go. Right there. Animator. This hits, I think, all of the like Frankenstein level stuff you want to do. Yes. Okay. Now, I was on a line of thought with that. It was going to lead towards something. Okay. Fulminaire. I don't think there's ever a world where this feature right here is either number 1 necessary or number 2 like really required. This is funny random, but not really funny like as in, yeah, this evokes the feeling of I'm a mad bomber. This should be the kind of thing that I say for probably some kind of a subclass. So, Quicksilver, you can add this to an explosive that deals bludgeoning, fire, or thunder damage. What does it do? After you deal damage with the item, roll 5d8. The total is how many hit points of creatures this can affect. Creatures that have been damaged by the item in ascending order of their current hit point. Creatures... Wait. It affect current hit point. Ah, crap. I coded that wrong. How's it go? Are affected. In ascending order of their current hit points. There we go. Starting with the creature that has the lowest current hit points, each creature damaged by the item polymorphs into a beast of CR equal to half or lower of the DM's choice until the start of your next turn, or until they are targeted with an attack or forced to make a saving throw. This feels not great. It's funny, but it's not what I feel is I just don't really think that this is really evoking the idea of Mad Bomber here. I think that this is mad. I think that this is like, I think it's funny, but it doesn't feel like this is what's going to be required to make an explosives kind of demolitionist work, right? I mean, where's it useful if it limited their mobility? I would rather just get rid of this and make it potentially something that could be used on the perfumer. Nope, DM's choice. So you're not choosing that, like, it's going to turn into a chicken and then bam, I kill it. And then, no, the moment that they take damage, the moment that they're even attacked, they revert back. They are blinded. That could be like a flashbang. That could be like a flashbang. That could be kind of cool. Now, this is not going to scale up all that great. Yeah, well, it's in the MHP Alch, but it's a disengagement tool. But you really shouldn't need a disengagement tool in a backline character like this. Incapacitated, perhaps? Ooh, wait, you know what could be cool? Actually, wait. Oh, I know what this needs to be. What the fuck is the thing from Arcane? Okay. Wow, I feel like I'm just sort of zoning out on writing this. How does this work? Okay. Because this needs to be... basically what I'm thinking is you're throwing a vial of, like, mold earth here. What's the mechanic? I want this to be the thing that, like, you throw it and it, after it explodes, the explosion, like, solidifies. And it suddenly becomes, like, you have an obstruction, right? There were explosions that are like this, where they'll, like, maybe restrain something or whatever, but, like, I just want it to, no, not destroy 5 feet of ground, even though that's kind of cool. Actually, I kind of like the idea of it destroying 5 feet of ground. How broken would that be to just, like, you destroy that 5 feet underneath them? They don't take fall damage. So they don't just immediately get knocked insta-prone. Is that okay? Like a hardening foam. I thought, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Instant pit trap potion. I think it's kind of cool that it's that volatile. Like the foam cannon from Prey. I have that literally in my Steam wish list. I want to play it so bad. You could also mess up buildings. I mean, you can already do that in the game with, well, I mean, number one, you can buy a portable RAM, but, Mold Earth. Mold Earth is probably, I think, like, okay, because it doesn't have damage numbers behind it, I think that people are, it doesn't have damage numbers behind it, so people will always sleep on this spell. Mold Earth is probably, in my opinion, outside of combat, the best spell in the game. Like, well, the best cantrip in the game. I think that there's even an argument that in combat, this is still an amazing cantrip. But single-handedly, like, out of everything else, I think that Mold Earth somehow manages to do an incredibly unique narrative. Like, God, man. This is just so incredible in so many situations. If you're really worried about, like, yeah, well, they could always, like, break down the building. My dude, they can do this already. Like, Mold Earth is Minecraft the cantrip. I think that, like, the insane shenanigans that can happen are actually a bit more impactful with Mold Earth because it's a more direct impact on what you're doing in the game. Like, oh, man. Like, yeah, I don't even want to get into reshaping the dirt or anything. I just want it to blow the dirt out, you know. Oh, there we go. There we go. There's your form of control right there. You increase the item's volatility. Boom. The outer radius of it. There we go. Oh, this is so much easier. Quicksand bomb sounds amazing. Alright, so what this will be... It needs to be, does it need to be 10 feet? That's a huge area. I haven't watched the Xbox showcase now. I'll go check it out later on because I'm mostly just interested to see if Banjo-Kazooie was there. I mean, there's no way they announced Banjo-Kazooie, right? Hang on. I'm just curious. No way. Wait, what? Hold up. Oh, come on. Really? You guys are doing another Fallout 76 expansion? Yeah. Yeah, whatever. I'm sure some people have a lot of fun with it. It's just not for me. What? Mexico. That's funny. '76 it was announced last year, but they're saying that it's now an update to celebrate 25 years of Fallout. Oh god, Bethesda. Ugh. Oh man, how'd they fall from grace so hard? They went from being like my favorite developer probably to like, oh my god, just a joke. Has the class's core combat loop changed at all since the last few streams? I don't believe so. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of... I just keep drawing more attention to 76 so YouTubers can get more content and shitting on it. What happened? Bethesda announced it looks like they are doing a expansion on Fallout 76, which is pretty unnecessary. I just don't think anybody really cares for it. I mean, I think. I personally couldn't give a rat's ass, even though I love, absolutely love Fallout, all that stuff. I don't really care for 76, but Bethesda keeps saying that, like, yeah, this is going to be our big money cow, and it's just not. They need to give up on it. Oh, they confirmed images of Starfield, which looks boring. Looks very plain. This, guys, this looks like, I mean, this is my initial reaction. I haven't seen anybody else's takes on it. I'm not seeing gameplay or anything, but like this looks like a Fallout mod. This doesn't really look current gen. And I mean, I'm doing just like a real brief look at just this image right here alone. Nothing about this looks super appealing. It'll have over 1,000 planets to explore. Cool. Alright. Rockstar's falling a lot harder, you think? Have they? Because, I mean, Red Dead Redemption 2, come on, like, how do you knock that game? I mean, I don't really pay a whole lot of attention to, like, all the Grand Theft Auto stuff. Grand Theft Auto games to me are like, they come out, they're fun for a month, and then I don't play them again. uh, yeah, they just don't really, yeah. Oh god, did you guys see the game theory Five Nights at Freddy's shit that went on the other day? Oh my god, this is so funny. Oh man, I don't want to like misinterpret this, but like from what it sounds like, this is so dumb. Apparently there's like a sequence of events, like as I, there was like some sequence of events that led towards like an ARG experience, or like MatPat apparently promoting some kind of like ARG experience for like a Five Nights at Freddy's coloring book. So like apparently whatever this sequence of events was led to the discovery of like a phone number, or like a series of 10 numbers within a Five Nights at Freddy's app that had like little kids calling it like crazy. And it turns out it was like some restaurant that's just like, guys, we have to like disconnect our phone service now because like you guys have basically like a bunch of like Five Nights at Freddy's fans were just calling someplace nonstop like, I want to talk to Freddy. And like, so MatPat put out like a video that, I don't know if you guys have seen the thumbnail, but like, oh my god, it's so funny. Hang on. Oh my god, yeah, if you just look up Game Theorist right now, 7 days ago he put out like, oh, the Five Nights at Theories like thing has me stumped, and then a day ago, please stop the ARG hunt, because he had to like, yeah, I don't know that it was a pizza place. Yeah, people were trying to, yeah, it may have possibly been an ARG for Five Nights at Freddy's that got cut, and people interpreted that into just calling places, yeah, like, so I thought this was the funniest arc I have seen. Like, I mean, game theory is gonna be game theory, you know. It's I think MatPat's got his sense of humor, you know, and that's gonna be MatPat. But like, oh my god, that whole story was so funny. I just thought like, oh man, you're kind of embarrassed to be kind of interested in Five Nights at Freddy's because of some things like this. I think it's like the SCP catalog. Like it's horror. There's an element to it that's like, oh, okay, cool, interesting, whatever. Yeah, there's like what you like, you know. But the way that fans act about anything is always going to be a thing. Yeah. Wait, not only that, but in the second vid, MatPat made a rules list as to what should be expected when it comes to ARGs. The fact that there's never been a list before is kind of nutty to me. Well, there's still like a newer kind of an experience, right? If I looked at like the memorial, oh, what is that ARG? Oh my god, it's a really cool, the Monument Mythos. Yes, there we go. Okay. This is such a cool series. If you're really into like, you know, potential horror, all that good stuff. This is a kind of an ARG experience. I personally really love it. I won't watch it here because, you know, it could be kind of like, whoa, a little bit, you know. Yeah. But I really love all this stuff, but I think that there could be some people that like, if they get really into it, it's like this creator, some of the videos are like they're edited versions of videos to make them look like Obama's in a certain location or whatever. Like, this is a super cool video series, but if it's like, how careful does he have to be about like phone numbers that are shown, or like potentially serial numbers on a thing? Are people going to think from an ARG if they see a certain serial number, oh, this means that he wants us to call this phone number and harass this person and say, no, we think that you're George Washington. Give us all the chocolate, please. Like, or, I don't know, what the hell ever, right? Like, some people could hear this and think like, oh my God, I'm being harassed. Like, someone's going to kill me because they think I'm George Washington. So like, oh, the Mandela catalog. Yeah. So like the ARG guys, if they're like, well, here's the idea. We're going to make this an alternate reality experience. People can engage with it in ways other than just the videos, you know? Serial numbers and serial killers. People can engage with this in a way that's more than just the video that we have up. Some people might think of like, you know what's going to be really cool if I uncover this little bit of it right here that I don't know, I accidentally uncovered someone's personal information. That's a problem, you know. What is it? 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3 4. So an 8-digit number. 3 1 2 5 1 2 3 4. No, a 9-digit number. 1 2 3 1 2. Yeah, 9-digit. Yeah, 9-digit number. Okay. If you show like a 9-digit number with a certain sequence at the very beginning of like numbers, it could very easily be someone's social security number, right? That you don't know. You just unintentionally put out there into the public, right? So like the ARG experience is pretty cool if oh, it seems that you missed something about Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh, there was just like an ARG controversy kind of going on because of a game theory video this last week. But yeah. So if you're doing like the ARG experience, because I'd thought about doing like some stuff like I thought about doing like an ARG sort of like a D&D thing on here. But not, you know, not, it's not going to be horror. It's like, okay, you get to kind of interact with the story through YouTube, right? I think Esper actually got on that ball. It seems like we had a similar idea, but Esper's probably better equipped for doing that, and he's going to reach a bigger audience. So, but yeah, like the experience of you sit down and you're playing like D&D basically here in YouTube, I thought could be kind of cool to incorporate, but it was, oh man, that's going to take too many resources and all that. Yeah. Plus, that's another thing. I like the whole like ARG mindset of like, cool, I want to figure out the mystery, but the ARG mindset of I need to dig into things and like start literally calling phone numbers of people or like looking up social security information based off of this number I found. That can be a kind of a dangerous path that they can go down. Yeah. Plays game on live stream. Does 492. Yeah. I've compromised someone's identity. Oh, man. Blaine is also doing something like that, like a live audience that acts as the player. Yeah. I think that could be really cool. I think you could do something really cool like that with a TTRPG. You know, there's potential within stream tools to run D&D for like Twitch chat or something like that. That could be kind of fun to try at some point, but you know, that's all stuff that's later on down the line. The guy who died on a scavenger hunt. Oh my god. Well, let me get more into this right here. Wait, we need. Okay, Mold Earth. Does not have a material component. The system sends, or the item sends a seismic shock, breaking apart the nearby Earth. Any dirt or stone within 5 feet of the dirt, of the Twitch integration for D&D donations can add complications. We TBK'd in 5 minutes, but now we can retire. Yeah, I thought about some ideas in that. Now, material component on this. What's Maximilian's Earthen Grasps? Should probably get rid of cantrip on this, huh? Let's get rid of you. Filter, filter, filter. A miniature hand sculpted from clay. So, clay? Do we just say, like, clay here? Well, it's already in a clay pot. What's the, like... You have to go drive somewhere? We'll see you later, Lauren. Thanks for hanging out. Clay or what's like would it be like sand? I think sand could work. Because that feels like, you know, TNT, like Minecraft, you know, gunpowder. Actually, I'm moving away from the thought that, like, gunpowder needs to be considered, like, kind of just a thing on every D&D world. Until Wizards of the Coast releases more reasonable damage numbers for those, I'm kind of pushing back where I'm like, yeah, no, these things don't really function well in the game currently. We need to find a way for these to be a little bit more setting agnostic, and we need to find a way for them to play nice with all the different class features. I think, yeah. Terracotta calcinite, or Catalnite? Catilnite? Oh? A pine cone. A pineapple, maybe? You could say... Oh, you can't get over how good Darren Korb is at his job. Yeah, Hades' soundtrack is... Oh, man, there is not... I don't think there's a single, like, lull in that whole soundtrack. What is Kaolin? Hiccup. Get out of here, fly. Kaolin clay. Sometimes used to make medicine? Huh. Interesting. Bangers start to end. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I debated about, like, whether or not I thought which one was better, Transistor or Bastion. Which game had a better soundtrack? I think what's more usable for D&D is definitely Bastion. But I think, like, which one is a better soundtrack? Like, because Hades is undoubtedly his best work. Like, oh man, that soundtrack is just unreal. But, like, between either Bastion or Transistor, I think, like, man, Transistor's real hard to knock. We're working 2 hours and you don't want to go, but fucking I need to pay for many. He's thinking a 3D printer. You will in love with it. Do what you need to do, John. Hey, it's good to see you. Actually, we could just do that. You know, say it's like a bunker buster kind of, yeah. Wait, there we go. You can say like nutshells. There you go. Fine. You need to find. We'll just say. So these can't do additional damage. You just need to be able to customize the thing. We're going to reduce the cost. There we go. So we'll reduce the cost on these. Hades Bastion. Hades is better than Bastion, which is better than Pyre, but they are equal to Transistor? You think? Or Pyre is equal to Transistor, and that's why that's at the bottom. Because I think Hades is definitely the best of all of his soundtracks for sure, but I think Transistor is probably like right next to that. Like, well, I say right next to that. No, I mean, it descends a ways. I think that Hades soundtrack is probably like, I won't go so far as to say that it's okay. I'm curious now. Ooh. Yeah, Alchemist Part 6, and what did you miss, guys? Can anyone fill me in? Oh, no. No, you're good. The playtest is out if you're over in the Discord or over on Patreon. The playtest is out, but playtest has shown a few cracks that need to get kind of cleaned up. Some people have said like, yeah, I really love this idea, not so much here. It has gotten simpler, and I've included some lines for some footnotes in here to help point you in the right directions for certain books. And I can't remember if there was much of anything else to cover there. This might require one additional die damage, the same size. Okay. This will require a little bit here. Hey, what's up, Tin Can? Just what's going on? We are cleaning up the Alchemist for probably a version 0.2 playtest. Because the feedback I've been getting on it has shown a few things needed to get cleared up. Some things aren't exactly necessary. And we're making it cheaper. We're trying to make it to where it's a little bit easier for you to get some of the items that you really, really need. Okay, there we go. Yeah, because Bamstacks, who does Bamstacks does a lot of kind of crunch over on the Discord. There's been some things that Bamstacks has put out where I was like, I'm making a support, not a damage dealer, so I'm not really worried about, this thing not meeting up with like an average damage output or anything like that. I'm more so worried about, does the class do the thing I wanted it to do, which was this one roll, right? However, in a class like an Alchemist, it's very, very clear this thing needs to be dishing out damage. And if I can see the work behind the math that's proven, that's like, okay, well, his proof was like, yeah, it's not even keeping up with like what Warlock's putting out. I'm like, yeah, okay, this thing should be out damaging a Warlock, absolutely. Well, I say out damaging a Warlock, it should at least be keeping up. Going now, you'll catch all the goodness later. Oh, all right, well, cool. Yeah, have a good day. I don't know that I'll be on here for like a super, super long amount of time, but, we'll be hanging out, trying to get this thing cleaned up for another playtest. I do think the ideal thing, the first really, really good fix that I discovered was the removal of formula. And this was a thing that Spencer Jackson actually... Yeah, give me Eldritch Blast just to rub it in. Spencer Jackson actually brought up that he was like, I don't really understand why it gets formula. And it was a thing I hadn't really considered. Because I was like, yeah, you need the thing of like, you only know these alchemical formulas and yada, yada, yada. But in the base game, if you have alchemist supplies, you can make any alchemical item. So I was writing a thing to override something that was more generous in the game already. So I was writing in a detriment that just you could have just ignored, like whatever. So I was like, well, that is not a thing I can design this around anymore, so we're just going to get rid of that. Spencer Jackson. E formula, cause okay, all right. Why? What? Why? Why, Tristan? Why? Okay. So let me make sure. Is this required here? No. Okay. Over here, you should be asleep. Go to sleep. Go sleep. Go night night. Don't stay up on my behalf. I'm glad to have you, but oh wait. Ha. Get rid of you. Alright. We're trying to find out where we can clean some stuff up. We're doing the design from reduction here now. So I'm trying to find anything in here that is either redundant or it's just unnecessary text. Because usually once we start removing some of that stuff, it just starts to clean itself up. Okay. You must have your alchemist supplies in hand and the raw materials required in your inventory. Raw materials used as this feature are consumed by the process. Any item you create with this bonus action uses its potency if not used by the start of your next turn, and the raw materials become worthless. Okay, potency. Wait. Oh, wait, that's alright. That's fine. Can I... Is that fine? Does this all need to be 2 paragraphs? I think this can just be 1, right? How's it look if it's like... Oh, that looks terrible. That's an eyesore. Okay, you're proficient with attacks using alchemical items. This wording in here I'm not really happy with. This whole entire block is probably worth a rewrite. But... What about it am I unhappy with? You're proficient with attacks using alchemical items, and you gain the following benefits while you're using alchemical items. That's a very, very cluttered sentence. I don't like how ungraceful this all is. That just, I guess, okay. This just doesn't really feel like it looks great on the page. Jeez, yeah, how freaking hot is it right now here? I feel like... Yeah, excessive heat warning. What are we working with today? Oh, okay, we're dealing with the most balls hot of the entire day right now. The reason why I'm currently unhappy with the way that it's worded is there's a bunch of bullet points, and I just don't think that they're super necessary. Couldn't I just include the proficiency part in the listed benefits? Maybe, but like potency and... Like, I can understand the need for the clarification in the feature. I'm just still trying to figure out where I can save some space. I don't want to overcomplicate it. I love the fact that this is actually a 1-column class that doesn't have like anything else you gotta track. That to me is so cool. I'm like, yep, I got alchemy across in 1 column, just so very cool. And I don't want to lose that. Now how do they phrase this? You know, the fact that you can't do that as an alchemist artificer tells me there's a big flop. You can't replace the DC of your of items and stuff you use with your artificer spell save DC. That's a huge flop on the Artificer. What the hell was I looking up? Hexblade. Okay. Okay. Oh, come on. All right, let me make sure that my wording is consistent. There we go. This is... Does it really need a double? I mean, it's only 40 feet. It's only 40 feet, and then the other benefit's nice. Just like you can splash something with acid and it doesn't, you know. You being able to throw it 40 feet's cool. The last part's absolutely necessary. So... yeah, 40 feet keeps you out of the midline. Yep. But like just barely. Okay. All right, so we will leave potency as is for now. Wait. Oh god, how do we say this? You have trained in the use of alchemical items in combat, granting you this is the most vanilla way you could ever write this. Like, oh man, that's so boring. Why not make potion throwing a ranged weapon instead of throwing action? I imagine alchemists can make lighter/smaller concoctions that essentially work like darts. I don't know what the difference really is in that. Some people seem to believe that the interpretation is that, like, thrown weapons always use strength, and that's not the case. It's melee weapons that call for strength, that use strength, that are thrown weapons, then use strength for the thrown weapon. Yeah. Intelligence for weapon. Intelligence for. Yeah. Because we're talking about you being able to, like, it's more a measure of your training that you're doing with using these items, right? So you know how to best use them in combat. Working in the dark has made you vigilant, yeah. Oh, this flavor text is so boring. Oh wait, I got rid of something important. Yep. Okay. It's pretty shaky as far as the thematics go for you, but it's hardly the end of the world. Why? You are smart enough to use the items that you make in combat, so yeah. Plus it's only alchemical items. It's not like just generally all, yeah. This guy here and bringing all kinds of negative energy with you. Not your intention. It's fine. What's the problem with the class? You don't see anything crazy, maybe because you're new to homebrewing, but you don't really see anything wrong. The issue is expense. If you're looking at the playtest one, that one would have been too expensive at first level to really reliably get the stuff that you want in order to be an alchemist. So we needed to reduce some of the price. We can do it further because it's the stuff that's required for you to be an alchemist. I mean, we're justifying something here. Some people have been raising worries about this thing potentially manipulating the economy, in which case I'm like, why are you all letting your player manipulate your world's action, your world's I almost said action economy, fucking Freudian slip. Why are you letting the players just have that level of power to manipulate your economy? Like, with, wow, we control the world now. Oh, yeah, there you go. You don't really understand why people get so hung up on the intelligence to throw thing. The Battlesmith Artificer already does that. Yeah, if you don't have it, then the class is going to get punished for just doing the thing it wants to do. So there was, oh man, there was originally a concern because it was like, these things aren't really cantrips, they're not really spells, but they were budgeted in a way to where I was thinking about them as such, and I was trying to figure out a way to make it to where I could say, as long as you have the money, you can do the spell. And I kept tacking that on there, the spell. These aren't spells. These aren't spells, these are one-time usable consumables that you have to remake by spending raw resources. So we have some flexibility in there. There's a justification that they can be slightly better than a cantrip. But God, only slightly. I think that Alchemist Fire is like really pushing it. But if I look at like Acid doing 2d6, I'm like, that's as high as we can go. It's either got to be a 1d6 plus kicker, or sorry, like 1d6 to 1d like 10 plus kicker, or like maybe 2 damage die. But yeah. You also think it's weird on the Artificer? It is an experience and play thing. I don't, like, if you're just saying that, like, it's just the physicality of it, of like, yeah, I'm going to make an attack that is always going to be physical, unless you're casting a spell or whatever. This is, like, you have to think about, like, the way that you are flavoring an attack. An attack roll isn't always made just merely by virtual, or by physical prowess or whatever. Sometimes it is skill that goes into it outside of just physically how, whatever. I don't think that strength is actually a great representation for accuracy, but that's what's being used to determine your accuracy you make with certain weapons, right? I think that Dex is a great idea, but I also don't think that Dex is a great representation necessarily all the time for accuracy. But I can see why people, it's fine. I'm not saying the game needs this change because it is a game, but yeah. I actually think, if anything, like, wisdom or intelligence makes quite a bit of sense. I mean, wisdom being like, that's your perception stuff, whatever. I am not proposing a big overhaul to the game whatsoever, but I will say that the narrative of, like, you are a big buff guy, so therein it's easier for you to hit things accurately. It's just not really a representation of, like, generally trained fighting skill, or like, how good are you with this weapon in particular. That's where I think proficiency bonus does actually come into play quite nicely. I'm fine with strength for damage rolls, all that stuff, but yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's not as if strength is exactly all that great at conveying accuracy either. So, yeah, it is a game. Let it be a game. Play the game. The game is fun. Let it be a game. I know that's a huge flop with the AA. The AA. Oh, wait, the AA. Have I looked at the Alchemist from Pathfinder as inspiration? I looked at it a little bit. I didn't get super, like, heavy into it. The action economy is completely different in Pathfinder than what it is in 5e. So, like, what I made here is completely, like, this is, I think for the most part, the one thing I will say that I put in here that I feel like after seeing Pathfinder, I knew it was kind of necessary, was this bonus action on your turn. You can quickly make an item, right? This originally started out as Concoct, where it was as an action, which you can also use the item as a part of the same action, right? This originally started out as Concoct, and then I just realized, Benjamin was like, dude, why not just make it a bonus action? And I'm like, yeah, it just needs to be bonus. Yeah, let's just make it a bonus action. Why not? Strength helps you pierce armor. Not all enemies are armored. Gameplay wise, you like it. Aesthetically, you don't care for it, but it's not a big deal. About the intelligence for the attack and damage rolls, you need it. You guys are, wait, I'm trying to make the thing that, like, so many people want, right? An intelligence-based martialist, right? Does it say for Alchemist Artificer? I've heard, like, a few things referred to as AA in the last couple days. That makes it sound like I'm going to Alcoholics Anonymous, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm trying to make the intelligence-based martialist blaster, some shit's gotta get a little funky, and that's gotta be okay. The alcoholic artificer, it makes sense. Okay. One of my favorite comments I've actually gotten on it so far was someone saying that, like, they really like the fact that this felt more like a rustic sort of like classic Alchemist rather than you know, a super high fantasy one. And I was like, fuck yeah, there we go. I'm glad you get it. I'm glad that was a I was trying to make a very in a way, I wanted it to feel a little bit old-timey, right? But, like, I wanted this to kind of just slot into a Molotov Alchemist, yeah. I wanted it to feel like it just could kind of slot in as in a world where, like, let's just say straight up, there are no sorcerers, wizards, or whatever in your world, right? But you could, like, justify that, like, okay, we can get you a little bit of that power out of a class like this right here. I think that's so cool. You want to roll a party of martialists, and you need to justify how the party is going to have healing, or how they're going to have like blasting potential here, elemental damage. There you go, Alchemist. Yeah, like, all right. Oh, I'm so happy with that. And I got weird pushback about it not having spells. Arcane Archer, yeah. I got some weird pushback about it not getting spell casting, and I was like, what? Yeah, no, I want this to be like, no, like low magic, low magic, you know. Hey, what's up, Dragon King? What starting equipment does this class have? Actually, oh, that just reminded me. To alchemical, yeah, no, I got a lot of pushback because, well, I say a lot of pushback. I got a particularly odd critique about, yeah, I got a particularly odd critique about this class not having spell casting, and it's another reason why I've been kind of, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, whenever people are like, wow, it's not the Full Metal Alchemist, I'm like, oh my god, shut up. Like, of course it's not, because that's not a fucking Alchemist. Yeah, there was a, it was a conversation in Discord, not in my community, but it was a conversation in Discord that someone had pinged me about, where they were like, I've been watching Taron's designs, and I just highly disagree with it not getting spellcasting, and I'm like, number one, I'm writing the thing, motherfucker. Go write your own. Number two, you're happy with the Alchemist Artificer as it's currently sitting. Cool. Don't buy my goddamn class. I don't care. All right. Number three. Sorry, this just really got to me. Didn't like that it didn't have spellcasting because they're a really big fan of Full Metal Alchemist and they can't see alchemy without it. And I'm like, I don't fucking care. Like, I'm trying to make a classic Alchemist here. So it was just one of those critiques that I was like, sometimes you get good feedback, and then there's other times that you see it and you're like, boy, you just clearly don't know what I'm going for. Like, you're missing the plot, you know. And they were very, very, like, whenever I say that they were very upset, this seemed to be a thing that this person was like thinking that I was I don't know about personally attacking them or anything like that, but like, how dare I write a thing that doesn't have spells for an alchemist? Like, what? Yeah, I don't like this class because this isn't like the alchemy in the piece of, yeah, in this piece of media. Yeah. FMA is its own spellcasting system from the 2 episodes I watched of it. Yes. I have been so bogged down by yeah, alchemy is a system in fantasy of a magic system for non-spellcasters. Yeah, basically, yes. Now, this is a martial class for anybody out there that's listening right now. It is a martial class that is more of an artillerist Okay? Artillery, in old war games, means that this is going to be... Classically, artillery was a little bit low mobility. So because you knew they couldn't move very fast, you were sticking them around in the back, but they had a lot of blast AoE damage, right? So, literally like an artillery, you know? So, this class is meant to be an artillery character. If you're playing like Sid Meier's Civ 6, so you probably know what I'm talking about. This class is kind of the trebuchet, alright? So, you are meant to lob bombs in and heal your buddies, do whatever, and stay as far away from the fucking enemy as possible. If you play other war games like Sid Meier's Civ 6, you know that if a cavalry shows up and hits your trebuchet is probably dead. Like, probably dead. But you get that trebuchet lined up against the city with walls, you can blow down its fortifications and, you know, yeah. So it's all about the positioning of, yeah. So that's kind of one of the ways that I approach class design, is I'm thinking about the zone and everything. Yeah. Now, there's a role in D&D, a combat role that has pretty much exclusively been held by spellcasters for the entirety of this game's existence. And that is what I call the blaster. You are an AoE, high damage output character option. Now, other games have incorporated an alchemist to fill this spot. 5e does not have an alchemist. That is a martial blaster. The Alchemist Artificer, I actually personally view the entire Artificer as a failed bad design. The Artificer doesn't fill enough of the different fantasies for what it means to be an inventor in this game. I believe that WotC is hand-waving an excuse to innovate on this game because they think all answers can be provided through spellcasting. I just highly, highly disagree with that approach. I also don't believe that WotC has a very great grasp on... I don't think that they have a great philosophy for innovating on the game within their design team right now. I don't think that they have people at the helm that are interested in innovating on the game. I think that they have people that are at the helm that are interested in churning out books. Because I think in this most recent UA, we saw a lot of pretty uninspired, boring, and unoriginal stuff that I will I will go so far as to say I don't think is all that great to be thrown into the game. I like the ideas. I'm all here for more exciting, fun character options and everything like that. Hey, I'm a fucking homebrew class designer, right? But I don't think that the design team is approaching this the mindset of incorporating new material in a very healthy or constructive way for the game. And I also think that WotC could really engage with their homebrew scene a lot better and a lot more friendly than what they're currently doing. Yeah. Anyways. Oh man, hey, you gotta churn out books. You know what you can do? You can pay some of us like homebrew class designers. If you really like what we're throwing out there, you can just print the shit that we've already signed up to allow you to print in the books. You got material, right? Commission us. You already commissioned freelance writers. Why not? Why the fuck not? Oh my god, yeah. If you can't tell, this has been me over the last 4 or 5 years as I've been designing stuff for the DM's Guild, doing class design, everything like that. Feeling a little bit tired of WotC's philosophies around designing material for their games and how they put it into their games. Either just bump the power of the infusions or give the player more. Wouldn't that be nice? If you just okay, if like Artificer was like make it to where they can't cast spells, they have to store them into items, I'd be like, oh cool, you're making me rethink spell casting. It's not just wizard with a screwdriver. Like, you know, like... Oh, man. Artificer is just such a huge flop. It's AGM because they won't be in chat. Hey, it was good to see you, Staunch. Yeah, Artificer is a big flop. They are not willing to embrace the crafting system that people really want WotC to design with. You know, like... It should say something that, like... I mean, Kibbles put out his inventor. And even still, as like the Artificer's been around for this long, people are still coming back to the inventor. Like a balanced version of the chronomancy bead thing, maybe. Yeah. But make it like you can infuse them into different weapons. Like, you know, hey, almost like the Rune Keeper I wrote, where you can inscribe runes and enchant your buddy's armor and do all this other cool, like, yeah, of course people wanted that. Of course they wanted it. Like, that's why the Rune Keeper that's not just top 10. It stayed at the number 1 spot. Like, that's kind of a, okay, I'm going to blow smoke up my own ass here for a second, all right? The thing, like, I'm super proud of with the Rune Keeper was that I was able to market that at like $12.99 or whatever it was, and get it to not only in the top 10, but at number 1 as a solo product, as a class. That just does not happen. It doesn't happen. You have to usually have some star power behind your name to get that to work. Like, Ross's Shaman is a great class, but he only really got that up into, like, I think below the top 6 or something. It's very hard to get something up into that top 10 as a solo class product, right? Being able to sit up as number 1 on that Rune Keeper, I was like, I told you guys, people wanted this thing. Here's how you make it work. You know, whatever. Hand it to you on a silver platter. So that thing set at number 1, and I was very happy with that. I also wanted to use it as a moment to point to WotC and be like, see, this is the thing that people are wanting out of the game. It's not, oh, I don't know that it's gone gold yet. I think it might still be Electrum. I mean, it's been selling pretty good, like, pretty consistently. Let me take a look. But I really hope that WotC took, like, I mean, yeah, they did take a note, apparently, I guess, yeah. Or you could have just called me. Anyways, it's just I see some mechanical consistencies and through lines that made me get suspicious in how things operated. You know, it's a little bit petty, I think, at times to, oh god, if I had the energy to revise/rewrite the Artificer, would I? If only to prove a point, maybe, but, like, no, I just don't really care for it. Still sitting at Electrum? Okay. So, I think that the Rune Keeper is actually a pretty cool replacement for an Artificer that can fit the same role. But I think it's a little bit more evocative of, like, yeah, you want to be the magic item creator? Well, guess what? Here's how magic items can be a thing. You are building up your runes onto different items and whatnot. There is some mechanical identity in that recent UA that I saw and was, like, legitimately feeling a little bit of a punch in the gut over. I'll just say that. Because not even the idea that, like, oh yeah, they're doing rune magic, whatever. I don't own the concept of rune magic. I will say it's pretty snaky looking if they essentially operate the exact same, like, if the mechanical identity is essentially the same, and, you know, you guys claim that, well, you know, hey, we may use your work in a book, we'll give you a call. It's just, there's a, I guess we know what we signed up for with the CCA, you know, but still, you would just hope that they would go through the steps of like, yeah, we're gonna reach out to this creator who did a thing that we may consider adding in, you know. You mean the way that they can cast a spell once using an item? So that is not a thing as far as I am aware, and I tried looking through. As absolutely far as I've looked back, because I designed the entire runic charge and magic runes around a new way for you to get spells and cast them using a new system through invoking the rune, right? That had not existed, as far as I could look back, in any previous material. That it expands, you learn a rune that expands your list of spells. I did it in a way that is way more sane than what WotC did. Okay, I'm just saying. Like, you having the ability to change out the rune from basically 19 fucking spells is way too much versatility. Way too much. If you can just take that feat and you're like, yeah, I just know whatever first level spell I want to, and I can keep swapping that out, that's not a choice. That's just, yeah, I'm picking this up because, of course, I want a once per day freebie spell from any spell list, essentially. Like, freebie first level spell from any spell list. Like, yeah. So, like, it's not just the idea. It's not just the idea. It's also essentially how it functioned mechanically. One sec. Because the manner in which you cast it, the preparation, whatever, everything that I gave you was, you could see it as a simple parallel evolution. Mine was inspired by the Rune Knight, right? No, it was not. Nope, it was not. No, I pulled mine from basically what had been done with rune magic in the past. I did not pull, like, I proposed a complete change to the Rune Fighter. Because what they proposed in the Rune Knight is busted. And the mechanics that I gave you for Runic Invocation are not the same. I keyed out, like, okay, if you want to think about it like this, they had the Rune Knight, and what I saw, I'm like, boy, you guys got really close to having a really cool system here, but you just didn't see it through. And the narrative for runes has not been consistent in any of the 5e material. It's either like, oh, well, it's a magic item. Oh, well, it's a, you know, whatever. There are runes that they have taken from magic items that you can apply to other items, whatever. So what I did was I solidified it as like, here's what the rune does. You can invoke it, whatever. But some of the mechanics within the runes that I wrote, that's where the identity is coming up, that I'm like, the mechanical identity. I know. I'm not saying that I have this copy written or anything like that. This is like the most snarky you'll hear me get about this overall. The mechanical identity is pretty goddamn similar. It's pretty similar to the point of, I wasn't, like, I saw it on stream and I was like, huh. But then I had gotten hit up by other designers that were like, dude, what? Like, what happened here? Yeah. So I'm not like crazy or being conspiratorial, whatever. I have had other designers hit me up that were like, dude, how do you feel about that? Wintry even said something on his live stream about it. So yeah, like, I'm not the only one who saw it. Anyways, you were just saying broad strokes, gotcha. Yeah, no, I developed a whole magic system around it. And it's pretty clear that somebody that was in the design process on that saw the material I wrote. I'm just saying that. Now, WotC apparently has the legal right to, if like legitimately, if they wanted to, just copy paste that stuff over into a book. And I basically am just, I have to be like, well, that's the CCA. I'll just, let me pull my butthole open a little bit wider for you next time, I guess. But yeah, so if that's the kind of thing that like, it's, I guess you guys can kind of understand now why some people are going off of the guild. It feels like plenty of us are raising issues with the stuff that they are putting into the new material because it's just not really reasonable for play. And then it's especially a pretty bad dig whenever you come up with something and it feels like you look at material that this company you would kind of like to work for, maybe, basically doesn't think that you're good enough to hire, but you're good enough to pull stuff off of. That's not cool. That's not cool. Yeah. So like, yeah, it's, again, I don't own the concept of rune magic. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. And I know what I signed up for. It doesn't mean that, like, man, this feels right. It just doesn't. Yeah. You'd be totally floored if they implemented a whole new magic system. LOL. If they're going to rip you off, they're going to rework it quite a bit. Oh, sure, I guess, but I don't know. Then, like, they're either being lazy or they're being selfish or they're being greedy. Anyway, I don't think is a really great place to operate from. Like, either you don't want to do the work, so you're being lazy. Either you'd be willing to do the work, but you're just incapable of it. Or you literally are just waiting on somebody else to write something better. And then you want to rip from them. I don't think any situation in which that comes up should be okay. But we're told, like, hey, you want to be a pro working in the, like, TTRPG scene? Well, the best way to get known by Wizards of the Coast and get them to pay attention to you is to publish on the DMs Guild. So here you go. Here's the CCA. Oh, by the way, if we really like what you wrote, we'll put it into an official book. That doesn't mean that we have to tell you about it or that we have to ask your fucking permission. But, you know, there you go. Yeah, or fucking pay you. Yeah. But no, I mean, I was even really trying to temper myself on, like, whenever I was doing my UA review on that. Especially because I know that there are people that work at Wizards of the Coast that watch my channel. Hello. I do know for a fact that there are people at Wizards of the Coast that watch my channel that have been publicly subbed to my channel now for over a year. So, it's not like I'm just like, I'm not, how do I put this? What's the right word for this?
What was the context? Say or something again?
A
little bit before.
So, what's the feeling of, oh god, I don't know, it's hard to express kind of the way that it's felt. Basically, well, okay, so after the recent Unearthed Arcana came out that had the rune carver stuff in it, yes. I got hit up by multiple people online about, wow, this is like mechanically the same thing you wrote for Magic Runes, isn't it? So, and I'm like, feeling used or betrayed? I guess used is right, but like also a little bit like I kind of got the rug pulled out from under me.
Yeah, you got screwed over.
But like, I mean, and I guess I signed up for that contract, so I'm sure, like, you know,
like it feels like it's not even common courtesy or decency.
Disenchanted.
You know what I mean? You feel a little bit deceived? That's not a word, I don't think, but
Deceived?
deceived. Do you feel
Well, but
deceived,
I guess
maybe?
I'm not, because I knew what the fuck I signed up for, and like, yeah, I don't own the concept of like rune magic.
Right.
But if I write a thing, label the thing, and then I see the mechanical identity is like essentially identical.
It just feels shady because it's not. It's not courteous. It's not.
Yeah. There's
You know what I
definitely a
mean?
measure of like courtesy that could have been taken.
Yeah, because like what you
Well-
as a human, like good being, you would have reached out and been, and been like, we
I
really
guess,
like this
yeah.
mechanic, and it's like that's shady corporate business shit so that they can save money and not have to, whatever.
But like, oh my god, there's so much talent in the scene that they're just not utilizing. Despite telling us like, here's the best way for you to get noticed by Wizards of the Coast, work for the DMs Guild, and we're gonna just hire a bunch of fucking Twitch
Well,
streamers
it's not
that
like their track record is really great.
Well-
in terms of being a business.
slighted, scummy, grimy, exploited, maybe like
Yeah, they make poor business decisions that you wouldn't have made, and it feels slimy and gross.
yeah, I guess I could see exploited.
Yeah. All right, I gotta skedaddle.
All right, love you.
I love you. Bye everyone. Have a good day.
Oh, you see me reach out before you ask permission. Oh, yeah. I mean,
Also,
Ro-
real quick, sorry to interrupt. I've got the curtains and stuff drawn, and I have a towel up against the back door, trying to like keep the heat out
Oh,
because
right,
that weather
right.
stripping's gone. And then I have a little bucket of ice here on the shelf with the fan on it.
Oh, you
and
set
like
up
a
a-
towel underneath it.
what do they
yeah.
call it? A swamp cooler?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, just try because it says it's 78 in here, and I even turned up the thing to 70, so it's not working that hard.
It's pretty cooking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, just tried a couple things to
Okay.
and turned out all the lights to just conserve the energy, and yeah. So
I know, and I've got 80 of them on in here.
well, that's why I wanted to like try to keep everything down so this would be okay in
Yeah.
here and not get overheated.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
I love you.
Love you.
Yeah, I've reached out because like, there's no reason not to. We can. There is enough fucking food on the table for everyone to go, have their mashed potatoes and gravy. All right, there's enough food on the table for us to shout out other channels to, oh hey, not steal content from other channels, to shout each other out, build each other up, right? I don't think that Wizards of the Coast is trying to build up the community. I think if anything, they are hostile. They are hostile towards the homebrew community. The very few exceptions that they have ever brought somebody on to make a thing work out. Number one, that person had celebrity behind their name. So like Matt Mercer, right? Number two, Acquisitions Incorporated, but even Acq Inc. didn't get a goddamn subclass, from what I remember, right? And then like the people that they're bringing in on the design team, I interviewed for a position over there. I've talked with other designers that have interviewed for a position over there. It doesn't pay well, that's for sure, and you have to work out of Renton. Like, oh god, yeah. So, they could go with a model that embraces the homebrew scene a lot better. They really could. Like, just straight up, like, is there a class that's on the DMs Guild that's getting a lot of attention? Cool. Fucking sweet. It seems like it's filling a niche that we really need in the game because people want this. So let's see if people have already fucking voted with their dollar. Maybe it's the kind of thing we can incorporate into a book. We'll put it through design polish, whatever, and then hey, maybe even if it's good enough, you might be able to get a full-time job working on the game, right? I don't really see the path that leads to someone becoming a game designer working at Wizards right now. Justice Armand, good hire. Good hire. I know that Justice has worked his ass off in the third-party TTRPG scene. But like, I hadn't really seen any of Mackenzie D.R. Moss's work as a designer. I had been DM'd by her as like someone on an actual play, and I knew like, oh, great DM, awesome DM, 100% playing a game with you any day. But I've never seen your design work, ever, ever, ever. Yeah. And then Dan Dillon worked for Cobalt Press. You know, and Cobalt Press has put out pretty okay stuff. Tome of Beasts is fun. I like their Beast series quite a bit. I can't really get behind their player character options, but you know, the Beast series are cool. Pretty well produced material. So I do see quite a bit of the stuff that we're seeing in the newer material come out with that air of the Cobalt Press issue, where like, I can get behind quite a bit of the ideas that are going on, but like, man, the ones that are real stinkers are real fucking stinkers. But yeah, that's me being crotchety for today. Because, oh my god, all the messages I've been getting relating to the goddamn Rune Carver thing have been, yeah. And honestly, you know what? A little bit of airing out some of this crap, oh man. I think you kind of need that, because we have dealt with, as content creators, especially in the TTRPG scene, wow, how many bad actors have come to light in the last week. I'm just like, oh my god. I'm feeling like, all right, you gotta get out a bit of that, like, just pent up. What the hell is going on in this scene, you know? Like, what is happening these days? If I had to gather a dream team of 5e designers to do all these things right, who would it be? Like redesigning a 6e with 5 to 10 members of the homebrew community. All right, cool. Because I saw something like this over on Twitter the other day, and I thought it was pretty fun. All right. Oh, come on. InDesign, quit freaking out. What was that? Odd. Just gonna say, all right, we'll say design team. Sure. We'll say this. Cool. I guess this is assuming I'm boss or something like that. Whatever. Okay. 19 project management. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. No. No. I don't know if that's who you're referring to, but no. Laser's up here. I think that Laser's got a great mind for the 5e system, great mastery. But if I'm working with, like, I've only got a few of these guys to really pull together, Man. Okay, let's say... Warlock's also pretty solid, but again, like... Actually... Here we go. Let's just say my... Sure. I guess I'm just assuming I'm like up here in here somewhere. And then you know what? There we go. He's very NC Black. Really, I mean, this needs... Let's see this. Yeah. Yeah. Moving tags. Let's just do that additional writing. You know who would be really fun, actually? Okay, first user experience. Well, it'd definitely be Amanda. She has been my go-to for all of my homebrew. Maxwell and Kyle Farron definitely. Oh, you know who else? I love. Okay, Dyson's got great cartography. But, like, I think actually... Yeah, we'll do Map Crow, Dyson logos. Map Crow, if you're not familiar with Map Crow... Let me look this up. By the way, I'm gonna have to... Let me do this real quick. No, I gotta work on that. Hang on. I can change. There we go. Okay. Sorry. There is a and I gotta turn off the there's just a person whose attention I would rather not like brought towards the channel. who was brought up in chat. So I would rather avoid that. Yeah. This is just an individual who's brought quite a lot of harassment and everything that I don't want to deal with. So I would rather not have their name pop up. Yep. Willie would be awesome. All right. Willie would be sick. Yeah. You know what? That Scrapper was so fucking cool on the Artificer he wrote. We're just assuming that, like, sure, I'm here. God, my problem is, like, in this theoretical design team, I don't know that. I mean, I'd love to make some class concepts and everything happen, but, like, goddamn, doing layout for an entire team while I'm also doing design work. You Sirens, we never worked together. I guess, like, additional design we can say here. We'll say this. Boy. I think, like, if I was, like, developing a core 5 up here. Kibbles is great. Yeah, well, actually, Kibbles is yeah. Kibbles really showed his character, I think, throughout all the MCDM bullshit. And I've seen, like, two of Imogen's classes, or two of Imogen's subclasses that I was like, oh my god, make more, but I haven't seen a full class yet. And then Willie knocks out subclasses for sure, but yeah, I haven't seen a full class. I mean, goddamn, it's looking pretty white male in that design team, though. Like, Let me be sure what I'm focused on, though. Just like a cartographer, there's no class that needs a map. I'd like to, at some point, get together a mini dungeon project with a few people that I'm going to need cartographers for. Put you on snack duty. Yeah, I think if they built out a full original class that I feel like is, I think, something that adds something interesting to the game that wasn't there before, then I think that's probably, like, design team worthy, right? Like, that's a fucking accomplishment. So yeah. As things get going on that, if that's the case, then, you know. Now, project management. Trekeros. Dude, holy shit. Trek, I don't know if Trek's in chat or anything like that. Whenever we worked on Home Field Advantage, I've worked on, like, several collaborations before. I have never worked on a project that was that goddamn well managed. And you know the difference whenever you're working on a collab with someone that's an amateur and new to it and just kind of improvising shit as they go along, and somebody that is running it like a well fucking oiled machine. And goddamn, Trekeros just, like, killed it on that project. That was the most massive scope of a project I've probably worked on, and somehow it did not fall apart. And it's all because Trekeros is a fucking MVP manager. Like, for real, anytime I get the chance to, like, shout out how well Trekeros did, throwing that thing together, I'm like, I want you to be the project manager on fucking any big collaboration I do, because you earned it with that. Yeah, Trekeros is a killer project manager. I never had to ask once, what assignment am I on right now? What do I need to be doing? Whatever. Like, it was just, okay, Google Drive was so well organized. I had assets I needed for artwork right there. There were people that were just on fucking point. Yeah, Trekeros was sick. Laura Herzberner is like probably the most well known in terms of like mechanical 5e work that you're gonna see. She's currently working with like Keith Baker. She's done work with, I believe, Critical Role. I believe also oh god, man, this is escaping me right now. I know Laura Herzberner has worked like with WotC at some points. I feel so bad for not remembering what else she's worked on. Exploring Everon, if you went and picked it up over on the DMs Guild, Laura Herzberner had a huge hand in that. Imogen Gingell, also, I believe Imogen goes by she/they. Sorry if I'm misgendering. But Imogen did the School of Geometry Wizard that I was like, holy shit, what all is happening? Oh my god, wait, what? It is, it's something that is super unique that, yeah, only a rocket scientist could come up with. The idea is almost an interesting metagamey way for you to sort of visualize your spell list, and I love the idea so much. I know that Imogen was also brought on to some Keith Baker stuff, so I know that Imogen has worked more like in, yeah, you saw, yeah, seen that wizard, yeah. Really interesting ideas, and also a rocket scientist in her own right, so like, yeah, sick. I'm sure they're making more money doing that than, you know, TTRPG design, but, you know, hey. Adventure writing, JVC Perry. I love JVC Perry specifically for long form campaigns, MT Black for short form campaigns. JVC Perry comes up with some sick modules. Call from the Deep, Dragon Relics, Short Dreams. Quite literally everything that JVC Perry puts out is pretty consistently an absolute banger. MT Black also extremely, I think the MT Black strength is more so in the short form content, because like his one shots are awesome. I love the like maybe 3 or 4 session type adventures that he writes, and he's got a really good grasp on adventure design. I'll do layout, sure. Monster design, mostly just because I want to work with Josiah more. I don't really know of too many people that specialize in monster design. Like, specifically, like, that is their deal, right? Yeah, I can't really think of too many people like that. Additional writing, Nate, not a dog butler. Hey, Nate, anytime I've thrown Nate a writing assignment, not only has it been done incredibly quickly, but like, holy shit, I'll ask him for like, I don't know, like 2 paragraphs worth of material for like flavor text, and he'll get me like a goddamn essay. And it's all original, really well thought out, just great material. I've been trying to figure out ways to get Nate a bit more work, but it's weird because I'm like, it's not usually the kinds of projects that I'm doing these days. And class design is getting streamlined more, so the areas for flavor text are kind of getting left behind right now. Community management, of course, Sarah. All right. Sarah also could very likely probably do marketing but Sarah as like community management, I think that she's got we share a same or similar vision for what we would probably be going towards. I guess what I mean by that is the general like public relations of what Wizards of the I say Wizards of the Coast, whatever this TTRPG publishing company would be, you know. The big issue that I think that a company like Wizards of the Coast has right now is that there's like fucking zero transparency. Why is it such a huge deal that they can't tell us what the hell they have in development? Or like, hey, what's up, Spluff? Why is it such a huge ordeal that like if we hear about a delay, it's got to be behind like a whole bunch of archaic whatever. The if Wizards of the Coast is going to do things like, here we go, a fireside chat with Jeremy Crawford, and then Jeremy answers like 2 softball questions that were fielded and toned down by WotC rather than someone like asking a direct mechanical question or whatever. Like it just seems like, why is it so hard for Wizards of the Coast to just answer like, hey, are you guys working on Spelljammer? And then for like 5 years they're like, I don't know, maybe April Fools. Like, fucking come on, get out of here with that. Like, no, just, are you working on Spelljammer? If no, say no. Like, just, we're not working on it. Are you working on Dark Sun? Just say no. What is this cryptic shit? I don't get it. So like, that's why I think that someone like Sarah that can be like, is there any reason for us not to, you know, I understand with like licensing things, like, yeah, we've got a license to an IP. We can't really make an announcement on it right now. We're just not ready for it. But, you know, or like, yeah, you feel awful today. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I'm happy to have you here. But like Wizards of the Coast, if they're just like, why is it so fucking elusive that it's like, hey, you guys working on Dragonlance? Like, why be so hidden about it? I just don't get it. Like, okay, the project might not work out. That's fine. So then you say, like, yeah, we've got something that's in development, and you all should know that if we're like, yeah, we're in the pre-development phase, we might not make it, but it's the kind of thing that we're considering making, right? You guys see me do this all the time here on YouTube. I don't think if I was to literally say tomorrow, like, guys, I'm not doing the Sovereign anymore, like, I think some people would maybe be a little bit upset, but not like, oh, I don't know, let's burn down the channel. Like, yeah, hey, WotC, are you doing NFTs? Ask him plainly. Like, hey, Jeremy Crawford, or I don't know, Greg Tito. Like, hey, Greg Tito, by the way, you want to get back to some of the influencers and content creators about getting them fucking review copies any day now? Thank you. Taron's salty today, man. I'm sorry. I'm fucking salty today. Oh. After 3 years of doing content creation. And I know it's not just a me thing, alright? I know it's not just a me thing. Because there are plenty of content creators that have like 200 subscribers that for some reason get on the review list or whatever. Oh my god. Yeah, remember when Team 4-Star said no to NFTs? Yeah. Yep. You know, so a company not being willing to openly state whether or not they are in support of or deny making NFTs or minting them, whatever. It's a legitimate concern that people have right now. A legitimate concern that people have about whether or not they should be supporting a company. So for Wizards of the Coast to just be like, we don't know. We know that you guys are asked. We know that you guys are really curious about whether or not we should, but like, we don't know. Well, I mean, hey guys, look, here's some plastic tokens that you can put stickers on. Yay, Spelljammer confirmed. It's never a direct answer. This is a problem. Yeah, Howie. Wizards of the Coast hasn't had a whole lot of transparency with the whole thing with like, okay. Now, the whole thing with Mike Merles. There are certain privacy things involved with that I understand why Wizards of the Coast wasn't completely transparent about the situation that happened, right? There are privacy concerns with that I know a lot of us were like, okay, really the dude, don't fall into the ooh speak. There were privacy concerns not just for Mike Merles, but also for people that were involved in that situation that led to WotC not really being transparent about what all was going on, right? Because suddenly they're a little bit too transparent, and then you find out some of these victims' names, or you find out things that, like, some of their private information that probably shouldn't have gone out, right? It's like, I would be totally fine if some people knew about certain situations I was involved with, but specifically what happened in those situations might be a little bit more delicate, right? So WotC may have had to handle this situation differently. Now, this whole thing with Mike Merles that went down, it's like, okay, there's, it's like however it was going to get handled, by WotC not acknowledging it and being like, okay, if by WotC just straight up going like, we're not talking about it, if they would have just gone like, you know what, here's the situation as we currently see it. We are trying to make sure that we investigate this properly with an employee who has contributed quite a lot to one of our products. We would appreciate your patience in doing so, despite the fact that we know that passions are pretty high right now. We do not believe that this current employee, like we could say, I mean, I'm just, if I'm doing the PR massaging, right, for that whole situation, I'm like, we don't know with an absolute fact that this employee who has been accused at this point or alleged of doing these things has absolutely done these things. So we are right now doing the investigation and leaving them as an employee. That's a standard, that's fine. Fine to say something like that. That would be a lot better than keeping him on the payroll and just not fucking saying anything. Because then people are allowed to speculate, all right? At least you would go through the measure of like, if they're going to speculate, they're going to speculate. But like, if you just go through the measure of saying, you know, like, hey, look, we're aware that a problem happened, okay? We're going to go through the investigation because we feel like we owe it to this employee, rather than just to say, here's what they're saying on Twitter. You're fired. We'll figure it out later. Or you're moved over to work on Baldur's Gate 3. Like, what? You know what I mean? So I feel like WotC could have saved themselves quite a lot of criticism had they been more transparent in a more careful way back during that whole, you know, Mike Merles shit. So yeah, there are definitely ways that WotC could improve their public image. They should work on this because their public image is not great right now. A big issue with them right now is transparency, is the very, very unfriendly consumer practices they've been going through with things like the Spelljammer books or Mordenkainen's Monsters of the Multiverse. These are, if anything, quite hostile towards your consumers. Marketing, like, yeah, there's 3 books, and they conveniently have the exact page count that would be required to make a single book that we've made 2 times over. You know, the fact that it had like the exact same page count as Xanathar's and, was it Tasha's? Was it 192 or some shit? I was like, oh, how fucking weirdly convenient that this box set of like 3 books that you've got, and the books are all like 64 pages, right? Whatever it was like, it's 3 books, but they're each the size of a third of Xanthar's Guide, and it's like, did you motherfuckers figure out how to charge the price of a box set for a single book? Like, oh my god. Oh. Yeah. Wait, have they released the price on that? I'm just curious. Oh, the Runekeeper, by the way, some people have asked, it is 36 sales away from gold. Yeah, and there's also a weird thing about like, wow, wait, is it? Hold up, wait, what? Okay, I will eat my fucking words if that's the case. I will 100% eat my words on this. Is that the Amazon price? Okay. I can't show the Amazon price over here because it's got my address and shit on here. But Amazon's currently advertising it as $62.99 for the Spelljammer box set. Like, I don't think that's a bad price point for that, actually. I think that's actually very, very generous because you're getting the DM screen, the box, 3 books. Yeah, I will say, okay, yeah, if that had been like the regular box price set, I would have thrown a fit. No, this is actually pretty good. Yeah, I would buy that. I think that's valued extremely fair, actually. $62.99. D&D Beyond's charging $50 for it. Game Nerds with a Z is charging $50 for it, and the alternate covers are $79.99. That is not bad for that, actually. Whew. Okay, it is getting hot in here now. I'm wearing a sweater. Hang on, I'm gonna change real quick. I'll be back here in like a minute or two. One sec. Jesus, man, it is hot. Okay. You could be wrong, but you think they're making the smaller books to be more DM friendly. I've heard many say they have so many bookmarks to flip through their book while running the game. Now they have each book to open whatever they need. Not sure it's better for online reference or not. Yeah, I can get behind that. I like the players get this book right here. Cool, it's got the character options. Cool, whatever. Like, if that's the digital format now... Oh, and if you hear something... I'm sorry, I turned the fan on in here, which I usually don't while I'm recording, but yeah. If they're going with that model, that's fine. Like, and I'm cool with it if it's like $64. Yeah, whatever. Cook a bunch of preliminary bookmarking into the design of the books. Yeah, like, you see what I'm doing with this right here? The tabs in these references like this are meant for you to know just kind of at a glance real quickly where you're at in the book, right? The current sorting and the way that they're doing layout in the 5e books right now is it's odd. Wait, 25 gold pieces worth of... Okay. So yeah, if they did something similar to that, I think that'd be really cool. But like, it's a whole thing. Okay, so as I'm kind of scrolling through here, My dudes, how, what? Jeez, it says it's only 97 outside. It feels like it is like 80 in here right now. Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, for those of you that don't know, Maxwell's contributing. I've already got him on artwork for all the ones that you see that are in a pretty much finished state. The Salvinist, the Toxicologist, the Fulminaire, the Apothecary, and the Animator are all getting original artwork by Max before the time that it is published. Eventually, if there's other ones added, Maxwell will do the artwork on those as well, but yeah. So, these are the ones that are planned on definitely going into the Alchemist. Toxicologist, let's figure out. Let's figure something out for the Toxicologist. Like, what the interesting thing is going to be for it. So, the way I have been thinking about the scaffolding right now. Let's pull it out. Let's say this. Okay. Okay, cool. So here's kind of what I'm thinking, as well as bonus. So whenever I was building up the scaffolding, this is going to seem kind of standard ML right now. I really like what Paladin does, where Paladin has a unique branch of either you get an aura or a reaction thing that happens. Like, all Paladin subclasses are going to go one of two scaffolds. You're going to either go the reaction path or the aura path. Now, if you go the aura path, what you wind up getting is eventually a transformation that lasts for 1 minute. You get this additional, like, enhancement to your aura, whatnot, whatever. If you go the reaction path, your transformation instead lasts for an hour, which is honestly not a really great trade-off because some of these auras are way more impactful, just in general. And it tends to be that the ones that go the reaction path are just pretty underwhelming. Now, I like the idea, though, in that you either have, like, one of these two paths. And what I thought is, while I was building this, you either have your theory, which is, like, a more, you might be able to say, like, your alchemical theory is a more, like, your alchemical theory will be, like, enhancements to some of the, like, signature potions or the alchemical items of the class, or the subclass, or the ritual path. The ritual path is usually granting you a new thing that you perform a ritual to, like, conjure, right? Part of this was, like, I originally thought with the, like, Full Metal Alchemist style one, right? Or the ritual path of, like, the Animator. It says Zoetic Theory right here. It was kind of what I was working with at the very, very beginning. But I like this idea of you can conduct this ritual in here, get the homunculus, Anima Profane gets you another ritual right in here. Fulminaire and Apothecary are getting a unique alchemical item. These are the theory paths, right? So, I say they get a unique one. They get to enhance the alchemical item right in here. I thought the homunculus was like it's a bit much, and it's kind of a weird merger of the two. And I haven't really solidified it and gone back to look at the animator. Fulminaire, whenever you deal damage with a bludgeoning, fire, or thunder alchemical item, you can expend these things to enhance it, right? I thought this was kind of a cool path. With the apothecary, you hit their 10th level, and then they get to enhance the theory feature that they got. They're also getting their bonus features, their bonus proficiencies and whatnot. Also, like earthenware explosives right up here, you gain proficiency with potter's tools, and the ability to, like, they're going to work with your experimentalist adept feature, right? Silly, but no, it's great. It's great. It's a great quality of life thing for sure. Mr. Ron is kicking your ass. Good luck. I hope you'll get over it soon, I'm sure. Sorry. One sec. Sorry, I'm getting asked about a custom order for a layout thing. So you have these two paths that you can go down. The 6th level, I think it's got to be like this. The base class does not give you a defensive feature. You need one. You need something. Something kicking on that's at, like, maybe a unique reaction. So, I don't really know what that would be. I haven't really developed into that. But I do think there is potential to say that, like, something like the Salvinist can conduct this ritual. Maybe this is like the ritual path, right? Where, like, they're gonna get their extra attack, the fighting style, and then maybe, like, I don't know. We're still talking about, like, a development of the scaffolding right now. It's pretty simple to just go with, like, you know, we get the bonus action, or we get the bonus proficiency right in here at 2nd. As well as a freebie item, or maybe some spells known. Trying to figure out what else to give them, though, right here at 2nd. I don't want to overload it. But then again, it's the only fucking thing they're getting at 2nd. Certain alchemical items fill that role. How do you mean? Like the bonus proficiencies are usually the theories were originally, but the fact that you now have the formula to any is quite a bit. I do really like the fact that there's so many people that are asking about, like, how to make their own alchemists and everything right now, like how to make their own subclasses. I'm glad it's really latching on like that. Oh, like a defensive flashbang or a bomb. Oh, wait, I just remembered. It's funny, this song comes on and that's what it reminds me. Homunculus, is that an alchemy thing? Yep. In fact, it being a spell is kind of weird in D&D. Like, that's pretty unusual for the fantasy. Wait. Yeah. There's also a homunculus artificer infusion. Oh, yeah. Wait, how does this compare? That's right. They do have one. I completely forgot about that. Oh. There we go. What did they give it? They gave it force damage. Quit! Why? Wizards, why? Why? Why do this? Because, like, if every player character option is just gonna do force damage, take out damage types. Like, oh my god, this is what's gonna wind up happening, guys. Like, this sounds like a really weird kind of like aside right now about how much this bothers me, but like, there is no reason for this to do force damage narratively, none. But Wizards is too scared to give you an option that requires you to fucking think about the damage type that you're dealing. They are terrified of making a really like justified like damage type decision happening in here. You get the homunculus servant, and then it's like, it might kind of not be great if it's not doing like a bunch of damage. It doesn't need to. The narrative is cool. Let that carry it. Like, oh my god, I just don't get why this is dealing force damage. It doesn't in like anywhere else. This is made because they want to be safe. They are making it deal force damage because they want to be really safe with their design choices here. They want it to be reliable, because they think that if you have a turn in which the DM tells you that thing is immune to the damage type, that's always feel bad, and that should be avoided at all costs. Oh god, I just don't get this. Yeah, it's just not an interesting. It's not an interesting way to design from. The better fix would be to fix vulnerability, resistance, and immunity. Like, man, swap it around to where it's a form of mitigation. If they've got like, I will tell you. All right. Here's what they need to do. Hang on. Okay. We'll come back to smelling salts. Plus the gemstone, yeah. Okay. They did this in 4E. Okay. All right. Right? Is that how that mathematically works out? Okay. Let's say this. Where's this at? There we go. We can say. Wait. I guess it's damage times 0. Okay. All right. Your latency drops whenever Taron types something, so you can't read it. Okay. Let's do this. Actually, if we're writing an equation. Alright. I guess a variable? Nah, I guess it's a value. Okay. Alright, so here's what I'm talking about. Let's make you italic. Okay. Alright, so the okay, so mathematically, if I'm trying to represent what I'm thinking of as the damage variable system, I guess, for what I think is like a cool D&D, or like a cool TTRPG experience, there we go. Okay. Let's do that. Let's make it look good. Good, good, good. All right. Okay. So, if I was like, what the problem right now is the palette of mechanics around damage and what you could find to be interesting about fighting monsters, about like, I do different damage types and everything. The expression is very, very low in this game because we have a big problem, and that's this right here, vulnerability. not a lot of creatures are given vulnerability in D&D 5e because it is just... once you find out the creature's vulnerability, combat simply becomes attack the thing with that thing because vulnerability is that busted. If you have a class feature that is giving vulnerability to a damage type in any form, I am most likely going to say that that thing is overpowered. If you are giving an option the ability to inflict something with vulnerability, I will say that most likely that is an exploit. That is a way to turn combat into the only thing we will ever do is the vulnerability thing and then hit the thing with the damage type that it's vulnerable to. That creates a very, very bad game loop. Now, what I think you can do, and this opens up some design territory, is weakness. So rather than say, we see this happen quite a bit in D&D. Rather than say the creature is vulnerable to a thing, we go, this thing is weak to a thing. Lycanthropy, a curse is busted. If you get the silver weapons and stuff, it's very, very good. The idea being that, like, you can only inflict the curse, etc., etc. I have not seen lycanthropy really cause a massive difference. Like, whenever I had the lycanthrope accursed at my tables. Now, that's the old system, right? You think it was damage reduction and vulnerability in Pathfinder or 3.5, if I'm not mistaken. I know for sure, mitigation was 4th edition. Mitigation was the damage resistance mechanic that we had for 4th edition, where it said like resistance. Oh, could I take a cheap shot here, where it says it was like, resistance X, and this X represented the amount that you reduce the damage by, right? Yeah. Wait, what? Dungeon Coach said. Wait, hold up. When did he say that? What video did he say that in? Please. Where was this? Oh? You don't remember a long time ago? Hold up. Hold up. Sorry, give me a second here. Insurance? What? Stagger. Because that was a suggestion that Benjamin Huffman made 3 years ago. 3 or 4 years ago, that I did in my game. He doesn't have a video that says that it's older than a year old from the crit thing. Okay, that was a suggestion I made on a YouTube video about swapping crit and vulnerability. So, just curious. Yeah. Talked about how crits are unsatisfying and proposed swapping the crit formula for the vulnerability formula. Because that's exactly what I said 3 years ago. 2 or 3 years ago, after Benjamin Huffman made a post about it, I was like, oh, yeah, we should totally talk about this. this is pretty fucking sweet. So I'm just curious if he cited Benjamin Huffman on that. Yeah. Anyway, so the idea here being vulnerability is too good. The vulnerability mechanic is way too overtuned. Vulnerability is the thing that we cannot put on a lot of stat blocks because combat simply becomes only ever hit that thing with that thing. Especially once it becomes you inflict that vulnerability, this becomes a big issue in combat. Now, if you give the thing weakness, now weakness is anytime it takes this damage, it takes this much more damage, right? Anytime this thing takes fire damage, it takes another d6 of fire damage. Or we see this in a lot of things like Hex. Once you hit it with the attack, bam, it does additional damage. Or Hunter's Mark. You hit it with the attack, bam, it does the additional thing, right? Mitigation. Mitigation is the way that they were doing resistance in 4th edition. Okay, so this is whenever you take damage, you reduce the amount that you take by the value shown, right? So this could be, I'm taking fire damage. I'm going to reduce that amount by my mitigation value, which is whatever over here, right? I did this in the Runekeeper, where it was like, you reduce any damage taken while you're in protection stance by whatever the value was, right? Resistance is what we all know it as. You cut it in half. Immunity is 0. Absorption, I don't even know that I'm spelling that right. Absorption. So absorption is anytime that you take the damage, you instead heal it up, right? So times -1. So if I take 16 damage, absorption multiplied by -1, oh, that means I'm actually healing up for 16 damage here, right? There's a few that we can't actually design around right now without some limitations. You have to know how to write absorption correctly, where it can't be exploited with cantrips. Like anytime you take fire damage, you take, or you heal the damage instead, that would break stuff down. You could say something like, eventually you give them a feature that, like, if they've got immunity, maybe you have the step up of, if you're subjected to fire damage, you can spend some resource to instead, like, heal that up, you know? What about reflecting damage back onto attackers? I don't know what you would call that. I don't know how you would really necessarily equate that as a thing here. Yeah. Now, that being said, I just realized I've been streaming for 5 hours. It is 6 o'clock here. This day has flown by. So I probably should be kind of getting off of here soon. I know I'm feeling way hungry, so I think I need to do that. But this is what I'm saying. Like, it would be interesting to see some kind of a damage idea go in this direction, where, like, you have a damage system that is like absorption, immunity, resistance, mitigation, weakness, vulnerability. Okay, wow, that is quite a lot right here. But I think that there's a way to potentially get this same level of interesting complexity, and I don't know. I have to see. At some point, we also have to know that you can't streamline the game so much that you can do too much streamlining. The game loses any sense of nuance and, like, character expression and whatnot. You over design, and then the game just becomes kind of inaccessible, right? So, yeah, once you try to write it, yeah. So, I think I'm gonna end it on that. I've been streaming for 5 hours. Let's see who I'm sending you all over to. Who's live right now? Who be live? Anybody live? No, not on YouTube. How about Twitch? What is Comp doing? D&D prep. All right, I sent some of you all over to Comp the other night. Doing D&D prep right now. Just go back over there. We'll do that. Yes. Okay. So I think I am going to, kind of work a little bit more off camera. And yeah, probably fix my bunk haircut I gave myself last night. So that's going to be it on this one. Let me do this. Right? Is that correct? All right, cool. You guys go hang out over there. Spread the good news, spread good words, good vibes, all that good business. Anyways, I'll be back with a progress update on the merchant. Wow, on the apothecary, on the alchemist. There we go. You guys have fun. Have a great night. I will see you over in the Discord. All that good business. Yeah. Stay safe. Stay healthy. We'll see you guys in the next one. All right. Ready to go raid. Go raid. Go raid and go. All right. Later, everybody.